Greetings, my excellent friends. Welcome to the fourth session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, City of Dread. With me tonight are three of our four vampires and one black screen, though only momentarily. In our top left, we have Snip as Nulai, who is present. In our bottom left, we have Blue Moon Empress as Katya, who is present. In our top right, the voice in the darkness, we have Hypothetical Velociraptor as Flynn, who is present.
Yo.
And in our bottom right, we have a black screen, which will eventually, given time and patience, flourish into life, and Ruthie on Fire will appear playing Joanne. Just not immediately. But patience is a virtue, and we all have plenty of it, so. Before we get into the action, just a quick reminder, this is a TTRPG stream, which means a few different things from my normal streams. I keep forgetting to say this at the start, but there are no notifications, so if you subscribe, follow, give me a lot of money, whatever, it won't show up on screen so that you don't interrupt any of my guests. I don't mind people interrupting me, but can't guarantee I'll be the one talking, so. That, and I don't interact with chat too much, because running a TTRPG is kind of like juggling cats while on fire and also being a bird. Not as if to suggest that you guys want other cats, but look, it's meant to be a visually interesting metaphor, not a sensible one. Now, allow me to set the scene in my usual opening spiel and remind everybody of what you are watching. Vampire the Masquerade is set in the world of darkness, a world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts. Our four players will step once again into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. Vampire the Masquerade is often a story of horror, a story of survival, and a story of politics. Because vampires have to hide their nature from the general public in order to survive. They live in cities alongside other vampires, navigating the hidden political mess that is vampire society, where missteps can easily lead to violence and danger. And they must fight, every night, against the monster gripping tightly onto their soul, trying not to give in to the murderous whims of the beast within. Our story takes place in a fictional city, Shadeport, or as it's known colloquially, the City of Dread. We keep Shadeport's location vague. It could be in America, Australia, an island, who knows. This is an online game, so we just say that Shadeport is a place full of folks of many cultures and backgrounds, as is Twitch itself and all of the streams therein. Now, 5 years before our story started, the vampires of Shadeport were all killed or driven out in a great purge as vampire hunters converged on the city. Details of how all that happened are pretty vague, but rumors suggest a kindred named Nathaniel was the catalyst for the disaster. Thankfully, this event was covered up, and the public were none the wiser. Now, after years of Shadeport living mostly monster-free, the vampires, or as they call themselves, kindred, are back, looking to take advantage of all the free real estate. Our coterie works for the Camarilla, which is a kind of secret society or vampire government that aims to keep the kindred populace under tight control in order to prevent attracting too much hunter attention. Before the purge, the Camarilla controlled every piece of kindred business in Shadeport. Now they control a mere handful of neighborhoods. As always, I forget my music, but hey, you know, I'm a professional. They have a lot of scouting, negotiation, and probably fighting to do before total control of Shadeport can be regained. Because while the Camarilla might be the largest faction of kindred in Western civilization, they're by no means the only one. And in a city with minimal Camarilla presence, alternatively minded individuals tend to pop up like weeds. In our last session, we planted the seeds for several developing plot threads, while our coterie waited for the construction of their new communal home, paid for by the Camarilla Prince, who is their boss and the leader of Shadeport's Camarilla. We learned about a shady fellow named Walter Crimson, a self-described businessman who's been subtly manipulating several people within the Camarilla without ever speaking to or making himself known to the prince herself. He's even crossed paths with some from within our player coterie. one of our number, Flynn, has managed to keep her connections with him unknown to anyone else, but he also approached Nulai, asking him to steal something from Prince Juliet. Nulai performed the theft, but he wasn't too sure if it was a good idea or the right thing to do. He kind of semi-turned himself in to Mikhail, the sheriff of the Shadeport Camarilla, who is the direct supervisor of our group. But he took a bit of a beating for his troubles, and had his standing in the court and his relationship with Juliet and Mikhail rather rattled by the experience. We'll be addressing that pretty soon. In addition to Crimson, there are other threats abounding, one of which is a group known as the West Bank Boys. Little is known about them, though by their name, they would be headquartered in the West Bank, which is the large industrial neighborhood along Shadeport's coast, mostly populated by blue-collar dock workers. Now, these boys have been spying on our coterie, though Katia did manage to catch one of them, named Steve, who indicated that the gang believes our coterie trespassed upon them. In our first session, the coterie infiltrated a warehouse that was indeed in the West Bank, and one party member did get the feeling that they were being watched by unseen eyes, though they never managed to figure out what that was. Now, whether these West Bank boys own that warehouse, or if they just claim domain over the whole neighborhood, so kindred showing up there at all is considered a trespass, that is fairly common. We're not sure. Oh boy, there goes. Alright, so, hello, I'm a microphone. It doesn't appear to have affected Snip at all, though Katia is now half ahead. I assume that's Ruth arriving and switching. Hopefully they will rejoin us, and then everything will be fixed before too long. But for now, please enjoy the talking microphone as it teaches you all about vampires.
Like the speaking clock.
Yeah, I can't actually turn it away from me because that will probably make my my voice worse. So it's the side-on talking microphone. I could go fix this. I feel like it's going to be temporary enough that when I fix it, it will then break again when Ruth rejoins. So I'm just going to hold up my hand with a thumbs up, and that's how you know that everything's okay. Which is much better than Homer Simpson's little beeping thing.
Just draw like expressions that you want to convey on the hand.
No. So yeah. Not sure who these West Bank boys are, other than by their name. They probably hang around the West Bank and don't particularly like our player party. In a move that she perhaps regrets, Katia let the spy go after only a little bit of questioning. So our coterie does seem to lack any real leads or leverage in that direction for the moment. But anyway, with these threats and more looming on the horizon, our coterie is more than ready to have a secure safe haven of their own, which has been promised to them by their Camarilla benefactors, Prince Juliet and Sheriff Mikhail. For the past 2 weeks, work has been done on it, the building has been selected, and they've been told that very soon they'll be able to move in. They'll each have secure private rooms in a difficult-to-access upper floor, though the building's main floor itself, which is going to be turned into, I believe, a sort of artist's sanctuary, commune, whatever Joanne's briefing was, will take a lot longer. So the priority was a place to stay. The coterie has been told that their upper floors will be pretty much impenetrable, and there will be workmen doing the rest of the work below them while they sleep, but vampiric sleep is... it's the sleep of the dead, quite literally, so that's not really going to be a problem. Well, unless I decide it is. But for now, it's not a problem. There is, of course, one more bit of business. Oh, wrong hand. One more bit of business that we need to deal with before moving day. The very night before, in fact. Fairly late into an otherwise uneventful night. Prince Juliet sits in her private sketching room, as she often does, drawing another of her uncanny masterpieces. You don't recognize the figure in this one. An older man, dark skin with long white dreadlocks. Not seen him before, but he's not why we're here. We're here to listen, as a thought crosses Juliet's mind. An old, familiar voice. I'm just gonna sit normally. You can have the hand, it's fine. Really thought that you'd be here by now. Can I, let me just... Nope, that's the whole thing. Don't move the whole thing. Can I move myself? Yes. This... Look. This... We'll move it back. Okay. Back to setting the tone, like a proper professional host. Please ignore the part of my arm that's heading down to the next screen. We're here to listen, as a thought crosses Juliet's mind, an old familiar voice singing in her ear. A voice that the Malkavians in our coterie are also pretty familiar with, whom Juliet calls the voice of the city. And the voice of the city communicates in song, and Juliet is quite adept at understanding precisely what this voice is trying to tell her. She knows exactly whom the voice is talking about when she hears the lyrics. And we all just runaways. I knew it when I met you. I'm not gonna let you run away. And so immediately she drops her pencil and lets out an uncharacteristic shit. A fair few rooms away, in the guest wing, we see Nulai in Nulai's room. What's Nulai doing right now as Juliet has this revelation?
Well, to set the scene a couple of minutes backwards,
Right.
assuming that Juliet only really gets this feeling at the moment. So before this brief moment, July was writing a quick, not exactly a letter, more like one of those fridge notes. Not a post-it, but more like a stamp with a fridge magnet note.
Mm-hmm.
And the note reads, "For the princess eyes only. Stop reading me, Kyle. I'm done. I used to believe that deep down inside I was a good person, but I just needed a new environment, a new chance to start all over. And for a moment, that's exactly what I had been given. On top of that, vampire powers that allow me to be simply better than everyone else. It was like a dream come true. But I screwed up. I took my new life and for granted, and I ruined it. And no matter how hard I try to outrun my past, it still haunts me, reminding me that I will always be a failure. Even after winning the lottery, I still can't escape it. I don't know why I am here. I don't know what sort of game is being played here, nor what my place in it is. So far, it feels like it's all pointless. Regardless, I tried playing it and I got burned. So this is one game I shall not play. I have fucked up. You did all you could to give me a new life, and for that I thank you. Consider your debt repaid." He leaves this note on his desk, not really anywhere hidden, not where anywhere public. And he grabs a pair of scissors. And in front of a mirror, Nulai takes a quick look at himself, his visage, and the small tuft of hair covering the corner of his eye. He cuts it off. He takes the scissors and he just snips it off. He probably thought that there was much symbolism going on. Symbolism, however you want to pronounce it.
Close enough.
Thanks. And he just tosses it into the trash can. And as he's done with that, he opens the door and starts walking. Doesn't know where, but he just starts walking, hoping that he can get as far away as possible.
Okay. I need... Okay. Hang on. We need to unfix my fix. Yeah. And... yeah, that looks... Nope, the top of my head's weird. Hang on.
Weirder than
There!
normal?
No, that was not the top of my head, but there's a little bit of black where there should have been curtain. Okay, we fixed. There was a signal dropout.
I'm immune to all of this, of course.
Yes. All right. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just because you're like the first one, therefore everything. When there's the way Discord works, just for those playing at home who are wondering why the cameras keep what that is Ruthie joining and leaving the call, despite still being muted and not able to join the group yet, is staying in the call so that the cameras don't fuck up. Because Discord is really, really awkward, and it will change up the ordering of all of the cameras when people leave and join. So yeah, I think it affects me and it affects Blue Moon, but it doesn't affect Snip, just because Discord has decided that Snip goes before Ruthie in the order, therefore Snip, it doesn't matter whether they're here or not. Looking at the actual screen, no, Snip's at the bottom. I don't know, I don't get it. Look, it fucks up or it doesn't fuck up, but in this case, Snip was spared the misery. Now, speaking of misery that Snip is not spared, we have some running away into the night to address. Alright, so Juliet is alerted. And you don't quite get as far as you'd like. You're still very injured and have no willpower at this point, don't you? Would you say it's fair to say that you're still completely unhealed?
Yeah,
okay.
It's more of a, last stand escape than, a fully conscious runaway attempt.
You're quite rattled. Well, you did hear, following the whole awkward conversation that you had with Juliet and Mikhail, that there would be people watching you while you were in her house, considering you stole from it. And you are flagged down by some servants, a good 4 or 5 of them, who very politely ask if you would kindly wait for Miss Hammersley. Well, they're ghouls. They'd call her Prince. They'd say Her Majesty to speak with you before you leave. Now, they don't say you can't leave. They just say, oh, she would like to speak with you before you leave.
I'd rather not.
They sort of look at each other, and you can tell that they like doing whatever people say, but they simply say, we're afraid we'll have to insist. Hesitantly, gibberingly.
I'm not gonna cause a problem anymore. I'm leaving.
They're standing in front of the door, so how are you gonna leave? Because
Well, I said I'm leaving. Whether they want to move out of my way or not.
They don't
That's a
appear to be
different
doing
question.
so. So what's the go? Are we mesmerized? Are we pushing? I believe you have a stun gun. But there are 5 of them.
I think I'd...
And as this sort of is happening, you can see that before too long there will be more. But no one's moving in a hurry, because no horrible emergency situation has started yet.
Yeah, Nulai is not out there to cause any trouble. Instead, he he's trying to show that he's trying to not be trouble anymore. Like, he's saying something along the lines of, "You can frisk me all you want. I want out. Are you going to stop me from leaving?"
Her Majesty wishes to have a word with you before you do. If at the conclusion of that word you feel like leaving, I can't imagine that she would prevent you.
Fine. Let me just do one thing in my room then.
You gonna head to your room?
Yeah.
Okay. She's in the room and she's reading the letter, which is why she didn't stop you herself.
Fuck.
By the way, but
I can tell you that Nulai was gonna go back to the room and scrap the letter, because he wanted, if Nulai was gonna be forced into talking with the prince, then at least, he'd rather use the words than some printed letters or written letter.
When she got the tip off in her brain, she would have gone straight to your room, seen the letter, and been like, get him, while she read it. Stop him.
Yeah.
I need to read this first. But yeah, okay, so she's finishing it up and she looks at you and she says, I thought you'd be out of here by now.
Well, I tried. But you hired some really good people. I'm glad that at least one of us can trust the people around them.
They wouldn't have used force on you if you tried.
I'm not here. I didn't want to cause any trouble.
I know. I'm glad you wrote this. This helped.
Oh.
Let me apologize for my anger earlier. You must understand. You probably look at me and see some incredibly powerful, in-control leader, and I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but the Camarilla is not a low-stress environment, especially in a place like this. I trust 2 people in my life. Was thinking of maybe getting a 3rd, but then something went missing from my office. So I was upset.
I know.
Because I didn't know
sorry.
what it meant. You appeared out of nowhere a few weeks ago, and you brought with you a message from somebody who I would not call a friend, but rather someone I'm indebted to. So that's concerning. Then over the course of the 2 weeks, I see what seems to be a genuine lost soul looking for a place to belong. I like that. Someone who isn't particularly fond of violence. I like that. I need that. Mikhail, fantastic. Perfect. Brilliant beat stick, but that is what he is. I can't build a city with a beat stick. I need many varied people. But it seems from your reaction, from the fact that you went to him in the first place after you did it, that you are not actively conspiring against me to bring everything I'm working for down.
It was a lapse in judgment, and I thought that I cannot trust myself as much as anybody else can trust either.
That's a good first step, if anything.
I'm sorry for it.
You're a kindred. There's a monster inside you, and it's going to make you do horrible things. There's nothing you can do to stop that permanently. Well, you can keep it at bay, just as I do, just as everyone else in this court does, hopefully. But you will fail and you will fall, and no, you should not trust yourself. No kindred should trust themselves. We should keep ourselves under closer watch than we keep our enemies, to be honest.
But this wasn't. At least I believe it wasn't the monster. It wasn't the beast. It was me. I cracked. I felt the pressure. I didn't know what to do. And before I knew it, I had already done it. I didn't even know what I was doing.
Good. That's a much better answer than you knew exactly what you were doing, considering what it was. I have a lot of patience and a lot of time for mistakes that can come out of genuine places. Now you can stand there and beat yourself up for them, or you can work towards making positive differences, winning back whatever you lost in that moment, for yourself, for us, for everyone else. There's a lot of good to be done, but it won't get done if you're not here to do it.
I don't think I deserved that.
I've never been particularly interested in deserve. If we all got what we deserved, we'd be dead. I could sit here and tell you, oh no, I think you deserve it, you're lovely, you're wonderful, and maybe that's true and maybe I believe it, but you don't, so I'm not going to bother. Hopefully one day you can think better of yourself. I'm more than happy to help you get there, but I know the words aren't going to fix everything right now, so let's think about actions. I told you you'd be under watch here. That, to me, is a fair response for sneaking about here, but let's be fair. Tomorrow you move out. You get your own place with the rest of the coterie, of course, but your room will be yours. We're not going to spy on you there or anything. This isn't prison. This isn't obligation. Hell, this started because I was paying a debt, not you, at any point. If at the end of this conversation you want to go, go. I hope not. But you can.
Are you sure you can trust me? I mean, sure, you don't have to worry about me, but what about the others? What about Joanne?
What about them?
Aren't you afraid that I end up causing more trouble for her?
I wish I had the luxury of protecting my child, but this isn't a world in which she or I could survive that. She will stand up for herself or she will fall over. That's kind of how this works. I'll help her. And is it possible that you will cause her trouble? Sure, it's possible that Katya or Flynn or even Mikhail, his beast is probably louder than yours at this point. But I have faith that if one lets her down, the rest won't.
I see. But what if it's not the beast? I know I'm sounding like a broken record here, but we can't all just excuse our actions just based on our nature.
It's not excuse.
I don't know anything about this nature. I barely grasped what it is.
And do you think that you will learn better on your own or with us?
With us. You're right.
I can't talk away the fear you're feeling, but just give it time. If you need a break from doing work for us, if you need anything from me, say it. I can't promise that I can give it to you, but open book.
I don't know. I can at least relate to, but when you say work, the first word that comes to my mind is Mikhail, and that's not... I don't know if I can do it.
What exactly? See him? Be around him?
I don't know if I want anything to do with him right now. He reminds me of someone.
Ah.
The way I didn't see it before, but today, the way I see him, I see nothing good.
I won't try to convince you otherwise. Though I wish that were not the case. The group chose Mikhail for their supervisor, and right now the group is... I don't really have another place for you, but that doesn't mean you need to be the one who leads discussions with him. He will appear, he will dole out orders, he may save your life in a pinch, but you can avoid him as much as possible. I can tell him to leave you alone. It doesn't have to be forever either. Stay with them, stay with this in the short term, and as we grow, as our numbers increase, you'll probably have a place of your own. You just need to give me time.
I guess that would be the smartest decision for now. Yes.
All right. I'd say we, you guys might continue to sort of talk through it, but we've gotten the salient points, and Nulai is no longer about to make me have to do extra work this session. Yes! Okay, good. I would say that this manages to deal with your completely battered willpower. However, it will take a little bit more positive stuff to heal that aggravated willpower damage. Your two superficial can fill in again. Watch as they magically turn green before your eyes. Your two superficial... Sorry?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yes. Your two superficial health damage, you know how that works. You choose to heal it for a rouse check, and we could talk that away as having happened because you're in the mansion and
Yep.
set you back. All right, we'll bring you
I
back.
guess we can get rid of the extra hunger as well, since we're still in the mansion and all.
Yeah. Does anybody have? What I will say is for the beginning of the session, for the beginning of moving day, so to speak, everybody will do a rouse check, and that hunger will stay. But you can start at 1. Katia was at 2 as well. I'll put that at 1. Flynn is at 1 there. Joanne is at 1. Alright. That is good. I still don't have Ruthie with us, but that's fine. Joanne can just be a silent observer. We'll pretend that she's there. Alright, so anyway. The night goes by. The following night comes, and Juliet doesn't go with you, but Mikhail is around to drive you guys. He says hello to Katia. He says hello to Flynn. He says hello to Joanne. He doesn't he's not being rude, but he just sort of nods passively, and you get the impression that Juliet followed through and mentioned that you'd prefer distance there because he doesn't do the hello friend or the anything like that. And we're back to the hand. Cool. I hope that means Ruth's about to swap over to computer and that it's not a signal failure, but let's be real, it's probably a signal failure. I'm just gonna... We can still see your face, so I'm just gonna move me, because that's easier. There we go, that'll do for now. Alright. So yeah, Mikhail takes you guys to the Crestville Haven. Everybody showed up. I assume that Flynn and Katia did not, go AWOL.
No, Flynn's behaving.
Good. Alright, so yeah, you're led to the Crestville Haven. There's no workmen there at present, and Mikhail just sort of happily shows you around. We don't need to play this out in full RP, but... So the second floor is a bit special in that there's 2 ways to access it. There is an elevator that requires both a keypad with 4 digits. Anybody got any 4 digits that they happen to like?
1950.
What?
1950.
1950, okay. That can be your code if nobody objects. You guys will have
Damn
to...
it, I wanted 8008.
Yeah. Nulai was not asked by Mikhail because of the distancing thing. Double-edged sword, eh? He went with whatever was suggested at first, so I was like, sure. So there's a keypad, and there is also a sort of retinal scan thing, which allows the following 6 people to access the second floor. The 4 of you, Mikhail, and Juliet herself, presumably. You get up into the second floor, and it's not dingy, but like the corridor of it is not particularly like interesting. The walls are reinforced indoors, so like you could sort of bunker down here, presumably. It's really quite nice, quite snaz. You each, I imagine, were spoken to over the course of the last 2 weeks in terms of furniture and such, how you want yours done. We don't need to go into that, but whether they got you stuff or whether you moved stuff in. Again, in order to... There is less security in terms of getting into the rooms, so Nulai, you're probably not happy that Mikhail can technically go up and into your room, but you could maybe talk to Juliet later about having your room in particular outfitted with another layer, or get that done yourself. Dunno, but this was done before that agreement, so it's like, what can you expect? There is also, in the instance of the elevator being, unavailable for whatever reason, there is a staircase that is completely secret. There is a fake wall in the second floor, a fake wall in the first floor, that there's a sort of sequence of touching the wall in strange places, and it will open out and you can go in, which technically anyone could get in and out that way, but it's pretty good looking. As in, you don't think you'd notice it was there unless you saw it happen, which Mikhail showed. And that's your setup for now. Ground floor, as I said, is empty. And outdoors, I believe there was a swimming pool and like a big doghouse and lovely space for Pasha to exist in. And Pasha is quite happy and approving of all of this niceness. So, any questions, comments, or are we happy enough with Haven for now, which is still under construction in terms of staff and the whole public side of things, but y'all have rooms.
Little comment.
So which...
Yes.
Oh, go on.
It's just that Flynn is going to take a poster out of her duffel bag and put it up in her room.
Uh-huh.
And it's the one she took down from her flat.
Good shit. That would be the creepy Nathaniel Colt poster that
Yes.
not Dembe freaked out about. Sorry, Salim was his name.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you do that with no one's eyes on you, I assume?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to do it secretly. I'm just...
Yeah, you'll do it at the first opportunity. Alright, good shit. Nothing else?
So which
Nope.
city council do I have to go to get the blueprints to this place?
Well, the building itself, the neighborhood's Crestville, you know, if this is serious and not a joke. I am sure it could be done.
Not really serious.
I am sure it could be done.
I would
however,
like a visual aid, but not important.
Yeah. I don't really do the whole solid grid-based tactical maps thing in my TTRPGs for two reasons. Number one being that I have absolutely no artistic ability, and number two being, shut up. So, with the tour done...
How else would I know whether size changes would matter, whether I can fit into the corridors? Oh wait, wrong game. Disregard.
No, it's if it were Werewolf the Apocalypse, you know, get big. Okay, so Mikhail sits you guys down following this tour and says, "All right. So, are you ready to go to work for us again?" Excellent enthusiasm. Fuck me, I definitely hired the right team.
I guess. I mean, I did want to go and have a bit of a quiet chat with Flanagan. I'm a bit concerned that he sent us into a trap. And if he did, I mean, I'm not going to kill him for it. It's, you know, I'd like to know why, so I know who I'm working with.
You mean the Melvin thing? I have my doubts on that, but fair enough. Look, I have place to be. I have quite a few things to look into. Our cult, our Crimson Friend. He just sort of glances at Nulai a little, but he doesn't linger. Hang on, where's... Yeah, let's just change up music. There we go. Alright. He says, you know, so I will be contactable on my phone tonight, but don't expect me to be lurking around the corner ready to burst out and kill whatever is trying to rip your head off. If something is, you should be able to take care of yourselves. You are big kids, as they say. Now, there is one thing I would like you to look into. These, what were they? What was the name? The one who spied on you, and then you put your knee in the back of his spine and yelled at him and made him say things, and then you let him go for some reason that I still don't understand.
The West Bank Boys?
Yes, the best wank boys, that's the one. Alright, no, I think I got that wrong. Close
No,
enough.
I think you got it right.
Right. So, my guess considering two things. I have tried to figure out who they are. I never heard shit one. I was all over that neighborhood. I don't think they saw me, but no traces. However, your spy, to put as generously as I can, very, very incompetent. So, this leads me to two conclusions. One, not that impressive of a little gang. Maybe a few kindred. Maybe more than us, maybe not as much as us. Even if more than us, not very scary or impressive ones. However, if no one in the neighborhood wants to talk about them, that means they have a reputation, and that reputation within their local stomping ground is either very positive or very negative. We need to figure out which. I don't think it would be a good idea for you to go straight down there and start asking questions. If they have a very positive reputation, you will be lured into a trap. If they have a very negative reputation, people will scream and run from you, and then you may be lured into a trap. So, I like what you said, Flynn, the Irishman. Perhaps he's heard of them. If he hasn't, fuck. But if he has, perhaps that can get you started. Should you learn that they are too many to deal with, then call this a recon mission, leave it at that. However, if you think you can take them, or if you are pretty sure you can take them, I would say the direct approach. Find them, find their, wherever they're holed up in their haven, their drinking hole, whatever. Walk right up to them, tell them, hello, you have been asking after us. We represent the Kama fucking Rilla. Stay in your fucking lane. Bow down, that sort of thing. They'll probably accept. If not, you may have to smack them a bit. Then they will accept. If they still don't, holy shit, they're stupid. And then I will step in. Questions, comments, concerns!
Understood.
He looks around at the empty bottom floor. This place is too fucking white. Walks out. It is like bright. It's you know, because it's like unpainted. It's just white walls, white sort of wood flooring. It's very bright and just yeah. It's unpleasant to look at the moment because none of the detailing has been done. I believe you guys asked for extra security and luxury. That was what you settled on. You want it to be pampered and snazzy looking, but also safe. Okay.
I think that was the group consensus.
Yes. Work hard and play hard. I like the mix. All right.
I mean, we all like to feel safe when we're in our jacuzzis.
Yeah. Oh god, did you guys? I heard. I think it was swimming pool, or was it jacuzzi? If you got hot tubs out there.
I was just making something up. So.
I mean, you might. Anyway. All right. Let me move us to our crack house music as you guys agree to stop off with Flanagan to start the investigation. The crack house being CRAIC, for it is an Irish pub with an Irish proprietor who has a sense of humor. Now, I was going to wait until we had Ruth here, but as she is not, can we get rouse checks from everybody? So I need to know who gets hungrier and who does not. Nula, you're back on hunger too?
Hell yeah.
Flynn and Katya remain confident and controlled for now.
I've recently eaten, so I'm fine.
If any of you would like to be dirty rotten snitches and I forget when Ruth gets here to prompt them to do a rouse check as well, feel free. But they may get away with it.
Hey, teacher!
Yeah, like that. Except, you know, with a slightly less irritating voice. Okay. You know where the crack house is. It's not too far. It's like a couple. It's like a block away from your new home. It's actually really easy to reach. You just walk there. In fact, it's a little hole in the wall sort of pub. It's bigger on the inside. Looks like a small place, but it's actually quite spacious interior. Fairly popular. Lots of chatter and not too rowdy. The jaunty music plays in the background, and you see Flanagan at the bar as usual. And as you guys walk in, it's the first time so it's only the second time that you've met him. You've left him alone since the original meeting in which he told you about Melvin and agreed to, respect the Camarilla authority and stay within Crestville and not make a fuss about you guys moving in. He does not look alarmed or upset. He looks fairly casual. He just sort of gives you a wave and a smile as you come in, goes back to pouring a drink for somebody. Do you guys sit down and play casual, or do you just walk right up to him and begin things?
I would walk right up to him.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'd order a drink, but I do that at the bar.
Yeah, you're gonna have to walk up to the bar to order the drink.
He tends his own bar a lot of the time. I mean, like, he's not the only person there. There's staff-looking people. There's two heavy fellas that, like, they don't stand outside like bouncers, but you get the impression that when the bar brawls start, they are the finishers. And they wear the sort of black outfits that imply, hello, I work here, because nobody who doesn't would dress like this. And yeah, there's someone flitting about taking orders and such that does the food side of things. Anyway, you order a drink, he slaps it down with a wink and he says, was wondering when I was going to see you lot in here. All done then? Moved in? You're the bosses now?
Something like that.
Huh.
You sure you were looking to see us in here again?
Of course. How casual is this? Do we need to step away for some business talk, or you're just looking for a good time?
It might be a good idea to take this to the back.
Well, you know the way. And there goes my face. Let's fix that. Oh, it's fine.
Don't worry, just a momentary face loss and soon we will have two faces. That's called a smart investment strategy.
Hello, hello. Are you here?
Hello.
Welcome. How was your
Thank you.
busy day?
I'm so sorry about that. Our neighborhood from where you go off the highway, the cell towers are down, and apparently international roaming is not a thing, according to my phone. So the whole time I've been like,
Oh dear.
But I'm here.
Very good. Okay, let me just sort of bring you up to speed, since I assume that you were able to hear none of anything.
None.
Okay, so we sort of just brought you along for the ride silently, but we started with Nualai having a bit of a crisis and nearly running away from home, but after a heart-to-heart with Juliet, he has decided to stick with it and continue to be a member of the group, which is good. We then moved you guys into your new home. You guys have a lovely, secure set of rooms on the second floor of your Crestville haven. The first floor is still empty. There's going to be a lot of workmen during the day when you're all asleep, slowly making the place ready, but your second floor is secure via an elevator that you can only use if you know the keypad code, which is 1950, and a retinal scan, which will only work for you guys, for Mikhail, and for Juliet. That's the only way up, except for a staircase that is behind secret walls on the second and first floor, which Mikhail showed you how to open. Technically anyone could get in that way, but they have to know it's there, and it's pretty hidden looking. So After that tour, Mikhail gave you your briefing. You guys are headed... Well, you guys are in the crack house, as you can maybe tell by the music if you're in the Roll20, which you're not.
Yeah.
You should get in the Roll20.
I'm in the stream. I'm getting in Roll20 as we speak.
No worries at all. This isn't too loud, is it? Maybe a little quieter. Alright, so the order of the day is to figure out what's going on with the gang. Oh my. Bye! Oh wow, this is even more broken than normal. What the hell?
I apologize. My phone obviously connected to the Wi-Fi, and then Discord was like, "You're connected in another location." Yeet.
There we go. Okay.
There we go.
All good. It's all good. You know, I do not claim. To professionalism now, so I don't require it of any of you. Anyway, yeah, no, that was good because that was more broken than normal. Everybody shifted down. Katia was suddenly Snip, and Joanne was Blue Moon, and I think.
I mean, you can literally blame me though. I took full responsibility.
That's good. I like it when people do that and they're not me. All right. So you're investigating the Gang of Kindred from the West Bank area, who you don't know very much about, who have been spying on you, that you learned about last session. Katia managed to apprehend a spy. I like that you shake your head every time I bring that up. You yourself heard about your friend being sort of semi-stalked and questioned by one of them. And you are starting by asking Flanagan, along with all of the other things that you want to ask Flanagan, because there's quite a number of stuff. Whether he knows anything and can point you in any directions to learn who these kindred are. If you find out that they are too big to deal with, then just, get the information and report it. But Mikhail says that if you do find that you could maybe take this gang, then take the direct approach is his suggestion. Go meet them and tell them that they're fucking with the Camarilla and that they should stop, and basically just either negotiate or intimidate your way into dealing with that problem. And as is your general MO as Camarilla, hopefully if you can get them to join or ally with, then that's good. Anyway, so where were we with Flanagan? He had just sort of casually, happily...
Miss Stitcher,
Yes?
I think Joanne should also do a rouse check.
Ah! Yeah, thank you, Snip. Yes, can we get a rouse check to see if Joanne got hungry at the beginning of today?
Okay. God, how do I do this again? I go here, and then I wait for it to load a second, and then I go here, and I do the thing right at the bottom.
Very bottom, yes. You are hungry.
God damn it. Cool.
So you do click the second hunger dot there as well, to the right of the rouse check, to indicate that you could go a neck right now. Preferably a buzzing one. Alright, so Flanagan has led you guys into his little cramped office, which, yeah, it's designed for him and one person to have a conversation in, so the four of you sort of huddling in there isn't the greatest, but does anybody choose not to be there?
Eli's just blindly following along.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if you didn't want to join the scene. Alright, so Flanagan sits down, puts his feet on his desk as usual. He seems perfectly relaxed, like nothing's wrong. He's not furtive or looking like he'd ever wanted to see you guys again. He's not looking like he thinks he's in any danger. He's just happy. He's like, alright, how can I help you find fine suckers of blood on this evening?
Flynn is going to take a seat. I'm assuming there's like another seat in the room.
I'll say there's two. There's two chairs. You've taken one of them. They're not Everett clear uncomfortable, but like they're less comfortable than Flanagan's.
She'll mirror his position and put her feet up on the desk. And
He looks amused, but yeah.
look him directly in the eyes. Just go, right. So, kindred to kindred, I have a few questions. We might have some more business for you, but first,
I like business more than questions, but I'll happily take both.
I'd like to know where we stand.
We're sitting.
Flynn will laugh too. Flynn's quite relaxed. She's not being antagonistic or anything.
Right.
She's
Evidently.
pretty chill. Look, I really don't care what the answer is that you give, but I would like to know it.
Right.
When you sent us after Melvin to inquire after his whereabouts, we'll say, did you know that you were sending us into a blood-stained murder hotel?
Did I know that? No.
Did you hope that?
Oh, certainly not, but did logic dictate that perhaps that's what he turned his abode into? Oh, absolutely. I think I told you as much. I said people were going missing and that that's where he lived. No doubt that was where he was putting them, right?
Well, he certainly put the bodies in his basement.
I've heard that is a traditional, if a little bit cliché, place to put them, aye.
I mean, where else are you going to put them, really?
Closet?
You let them
You
in
can,
before?
you can only fit so many in the closet. I've tried.
Well, far be it from me to risk myself by questioning that. Now, so you're basically wondering if I set you up, if I thought, oh, here's a bunch of big swinging dicks from the Camarilla. I don't think they're actually as scary as they say they are, so I'm just going to send them off and see if they get killed. You think that was what I was doing, eh?
Well, it could have been that. It could have been, just curiosity to see if we could take it.
Well,
I'm not fussed what the answer is. So don't feel like if you come out and say that you did mean that we'll arc up and rip your head off.
you strike me as reasonable sorts, so... The answer is mostly no. Fact of the matter is, I wasn't that good at maths as a kid, but Melvin, as far as I can tell, was always one kindred. Now, unless I've been drinking a fuckload tonight, I'm pretty sure that there are no more than 4 of you in this room. But that's still quite a lot compared to 1. I'd go so far as to say that that's 4 times 1. Literally. So, my guess was that they'd probably be fine. And if they weren't fine, then, well, that says a lot about their ability to back up that which they were barking in my bar, so... Did I expect you to die? Absolutely not. I expected you to come right back in here, possibly a little bit bloodied, but largely okay. I mean, I certainly wasn't in league with Melvin. The scary fucker was driving my business away every time he showed up. And I'm quite glad he's gone. I told you everything I knew, not a scrap more. Had no interest in you getting killed. This is definitely the result that I was hoping for and looking forward to. Was it guaranteed? Of course not. Nothing's guaranteed in this life, sweetheart.
Is this the sort of game you can do like an insight check in, or like how confident do I feel about his truthfulness right now?
All right, you can do a lie test. I don't think you have anything specific that.
No, I don't.
But
I'm just Flynn.
Yeah, insight would be the, social reading. You can absolutely test.
Could I test out my new power in this? Would it be helpful?
See if there's any sort of premonition you can get about Flanagan and his sincerity.
Oh.
And my roll's just a flat insight, right?
Yes, it is. Let's do Flynn first.
What's the attribute with it?
For this, it would be intelligence. Yeah, he's saying words in a language that you can understand.
Fair. I mean, from From what he was saying, I think I'd believe him.
But it's nice to be sure with the power of dice, if the dice aren't fucking you over. Alright, let me just refresh myself on this power and how it works so that I do it right. Because I think there is a roll if you call upon one rather than me just deciding that you get one, but
Okay. I imagine they would be.
our vampire friend Joanne has increased their Auspex abilities and has learned Premonition, which gives a flash of insight or a mysterious vision or just a deep-seated instinct. Possibly when I give one to her, possibly when they call for one. So, you can actively provoke a premonition by focusing on a subject, which causes a rouse check and a resolve plus Auspex roll. So you have to rouse check first.
Okay. Oops. This could go well. Oh, shit.
Welcome to Hunger 3.
Okay. Okay.
The little voice in the back of your head is starting to think, you hear all those voices outside? Having such a good time. You know, some of them must be having more than just alcohol, right? Right? Oh, it would be so
Look
nice.
for the really hyper tables.
It would be really nice. It'd be really nice. Come on! Why are we in this back office with boring bastards? Come on! But you can quiet it. Alright, so, if you head to your Auspex section, you'll see the powers button. You'll see powers and then an arrow. If you click on that arrow, you'll see your powers.
Okay, yes.
So you've got heightened senses, premonition.
Okay, I've got... Oh. No, that's obfuscate. My bad. Wrong one. Okay, here we go. Premonition, and then...
Yeah, that arrow is the least button-like looking thing in the sheet, which is why I pointed out. Premonition, you will see on the right side of the first row next to Premonition, you'll see Resolve, Discipline, and then the dice button. That...
Okay, so I hit for the discipline roll.
Yeah, it says Resolve, Discipline, and then to the right you'll see Discipline Roll as a button. That's the button to press of all the many buttons that are there.
Okay. Modifiers? None?
None right now.
Okay. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
So that's a lot of successes, but that's a messy critical, which means you are seeing into his soul, I suppose.
Oh. Wow. I suppose that could be helpful.
I'm going to have to think about this.
Shit. Just my luck.
Okay. He's not lying about this. He's telling the truth. But you see something over his shoulder, and it fucking terrifies you. It is a lion. You see a white lion over his shoulder with paws on his shoulders. And it looks at you and it's... Well, sounds more like a lion than me, but... it's a messy critical, not a bestial failure. It's not a bad thing, it's just a mixed thing. The result of this is that you are rather off-kilter and you would like to get out of this room now. You don't have to. It's not, as I said, it's a success-based thing, not a failure-based thing, but you're very much, starting to sweat and just looking visibly disturbed by this image flash that you see there.
Cool. So sweaty pits, probably some frizzy hair with the moistening going on. Cool.
Just be happy that as a vampire you've not eaten mom's spaghetti lately, because it would be... Yeah.
Are we experiencing some sphincter clenching?
That's up to you!
Okay. I feel like it probably is.
You don't feel like he's lying to you, but Flanagan, the impression that you get, whatever this creature is, the impression that you get is that it has a hold on him and that it is powerful. And it is not a representative of his inner beast.
Okay.
But right now you're too shocked by it to necessarily call him out on it and be like, "There's a lion in your life!" You get a lot of information there, but I'm going to say that you're not going to be able to bring it up, throw it at him right now, because it's really rattled you. positives and negatives in a messy crate. Alright, so that's what you know, but someone else will have to keep doing the talking, such as Flynn, or possibly one of the others if they chime in. But yeah, Flanagan's basically said, straight up, like, it was not a trap, he was perfectly honest with you, but yeah, there was a part of him that wondered if you'd get killed, didn't think you would, and he's glad that you're here, and that you didn't.
Yeah. And Flynn will believe him, because it is true. And she'll stand up, she'll drop her feet to the floor, stand up, and offer a hand to a sheik.
Sure.
And she'll say, well, we'll say no more about it then. That's fair reasoning.
By all means. Can I help you any other way?
And at that point, Flynn will turn to Katia, because Katia had dealt with, and knows more about the West Bank wankers or whatever.
Yes.
And sort of wait for some input there, because Flynn really wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, Flynn didn't meet any of those spies or anything. Flynn was too busy driving bodies in trunks.
Well, Katia will get right to the point and ask, do you know anything about a gang that calls themselves the West Bank Boys?
Huh. I mean, I've heard the name, of course. Been here long enough for that. They don't come round for a drink. West Bank is, fair drive from here. But I've heard the talk about them just as much as anyone else would. They're, From what I hear, they're less a street gang officially. That might be what they amount to, but they're more I guess you could call them the muscle arm of the dock workers union. Not much difference. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're liked though. Usually when you hear about it, if West Bankers have come for a drink, they'll talk about how the boys are taking care of things, keeping everybody's nose clean, and yeah.
The local protectors?
It could be a way to put it, aye. Rough bunch, probably. Type of folks you wouldn't want to mess with, but yeah, if you're looking to find out about them, you're not going to get any information from locals if that's the plan. That said, I can tell you one thing in our line of work is that you always look out for. Haven't heard any strange shit about how they're all nocturnal. No rumours about, they only ever come out at night. That's weird, isn't it? Ooh, a bit strange. So you're probably dealing with a fair number of ghouls in that bunch. I'm sure there's bloodsuckers. There's always bloodsuckers, but probably no more than a couple.
Mm-hmm. If we had it in mind to walk right up to them and announce ourselves, do you know where we might be able to find a representative at the least?
I mean, I'll cast my mind back. I would like to help you. He thinks for a while, making mental run-through of weeks, months of whispers and conversations overheard at his bar, and after all he goes, "The animal guy! I've got it. I think one of them, maybe, might have had a glass here once, or at least pretended to, if he was one of the bloodsuckers. He seemed that type, sort of, heavy-set fella, tattoos, rough-looking. And his drinking buddies were treating him like a goddamn king, so that does fit the bill of their reputation. I think his name was Hector? Harold, Harvey, something along those lines. And he was talking a lot, really loudly, about this animal shelter, or this vet. And I know they were talking about West Bank. Singing its praises. He was talking about, I think he's involved with them in some way, either owns the place or floats some money. If he's part of the boys, I'm sure they'd have a lot of cash rolling around. Seemed very much an animal fella. He goes, he just moves to his little laptop and he enters a few things. Yeah. West Bank Animal Shelter. Not the most creative of fucking names, but hey, cut the difficulty out of that. Just come around, take a look. You'll find it there. Maybe that's where you could get started on him. Do any of you happen to be animal people?
You could put it that way.
Well, there you go. That's about all I can tell you, though. Nothing more than that.
It's enough of a start. My thanks.
Fan-fucking-tastic. All right. Is that all? my very patient and also quite arse-kicking capable friends.
Seems to be so
That's all
far.
I've got for today.
Feel free to catch a drink on your way out, just, don't leave any evidence.
Might take you off on that.
Even me.
Right. Yes, Joed could probably do with just something to take the heads off. Okay, so
As the rest of the gang, I presume everybody's now walking out the room.
yeah.
Nulai is going to not instantly follow them, but rather just stay still, waits for everybody else to leave, and see if he can have a little bit of alone time with Flanagan. See if anybody at least if everybody just walks away without even noticing him.
Does the party feel generous?
Katya would say, if he wants to have a one-on-one, that's his business, not mine.
There you go.
Flynn's got no reason not to trust either of them, so should just not.
I will remind Joanne that if you are thinking of putting on heightened senses, you have tried this in this bar before, and it went very badly because of the music.
Yeah, but the thing is, I was also present for the issue last week, so I'm
Yes.
feeling less trustful.
Okay.
Against my better judgment, I agree.
Well, I mean, it might not necessarily be a discussion, it's more, Nulai hangs back, does anybody stop him?
Does anybody have a watchful eye on him?
I do.
Well,
So I might will notice that you're hanging back, but I kind of drop my step, look, and then carry on behind
okay.
Flynn.
I'd say that you're distracted enough with the whole prospect of sating your hunger that would take over, and also the fact that you're kind of rattled still from the lion. What a sentence.
Kind of what I was thinking.
Alright, so, Nulai, do you shut the door when they
No,
go
I'm
on?
just assuming that everybody is, this door is I'm not moving. I'm just let's assume that I was leaning against a wall, and I just keep leaning against the wall.
My quiet lumen friend. I assume that either you have fallen asleep standing up with your eyes open, and if so, I'd like to learn how to do that, or you'd like to speak with me.
Yeah, I mean,
Damn, I was hoping for the trick. Go on.
Well, I mean, you mentioned how business has been blooming for you ever since we took care of the little incident with the troublemaker that's causing you
Captain
a loss
Frothymouth,
of
hi.
business. I just wanted to see how appreciative you were of that.
Ooh, we're playing vague here. Are we doing the what is this? Shakedown? Business offer? What you after, mate?
No, just, let's just say that I haven't heard many thanks lately.
Well, I'm of course very verbally grateful. If that is what you're looking for, are you looking for something a bit more tangible, something that you could maybe blow on booze and women?
That wouldn't be bad at all.
He sort of rifles around in his desk. Actually, no. Let's make you roll for this. I don't want to. All right, hang on. What would it be? I guess you're being like sort of friendly, charming, kind of, sort of. It's charisma persuasion. I assume you're not trying to mesmerize him. You know he's a vampire.
No, I'm just. This is New Life's way of small talk.
Asking people for cash. Sure. Persuasion and charisma to see if he gives you money or not.
No modifiers, nothing.
No, he's pleased with you, which is why it's not a negative. He still reaches into his desk, but he just pulls out $20 and, like, just kind of does that effortless toss at you. You feel like you've been made fun of a little bit. But do you take it?
Hey, I mean, $20 is $20.
Of course.
Thanks.
Anything of more substance, or was that all you were thinking of?
Nah, I don't. I wanted to see if I could even get anything.
Well, I'm always happy to help my fellow man, especially when my fellow man walks into my pub with 3 friends and says, "We're in charge now." It's good to keep good relations with that sort.
And I'll keep that in mind. I'll make sure these good relations are remembered.
The best of relations. I feel like we're talking about something we're not actually talking about now. So,
Nula is satisfied with the conversation, and
Okay.
he just waves him goodbye and follows the rest through the door,
so who's
assuming
snacking?
that they didn't.
Is Joanne gonna try and get some food before leaving the crack house?
I do need to have like just a little,
Okay.
you know,
The only
fly by
other
night kind of.
The only other hungry person is Nulai. Okay, so we'll do that as a predator type roll. I think you saw it when I moved your tab on your character sheet, but you see on the blood and XP tab, you'll see predator, and there's like a sort of setup there for how your predator type works.
Yeah.
You are a siren, so basically you're seducing someone in the pub who is either on coke or convincing them to do some and then drinking. We'll hit that roll button next to the predator thing, and
Okay.
we'll give you a +1 because you're in the perfect sort of environment for this kind of place if it asks for modifiers,
Okay.
and see how it goes.
Hello, mouse. Okay.
Three is not huge, but it's enough in a place like this, so I will say, yeah, friendly environment, you have the owner's permission, you're able to find somebody who is to your tastes, and you won't have your addict penalty kicking into gear. Do you take 1 hunger or 2 hunger from this guy?
Just one.
Just 1. Alright, so he is not too affected. He's in a daze for a bit, but then he's able to go back to partying as your hunger drops to 2. And you're feeling better. You're feeling better. Not perfect,
Breathe.
but better. Alright, so you guys head out with the promise of an animal shelter. Vet. Seems to be both. You guys look it up and this is a... So it's kind of an out-of-the-way local institution. They take in stray animals, care for them. There is a veterinary clinic on premises. The whole works. Not particularly... No real information pertaining to the gang do you get from looking up the place, so you assume that you would head there. Do you guys have a sort of... Or does one of you in particular have a sort of idea for a game plan of how to do this?
Well, since I actually own a dog, it's
yes.
pretty straightforward for me to walk in and say, "Can I schedule a checkup?" And whoever I might happen to talk to, or whoever happens to match the very basic description I was given, we could run a sense the beast check on them. See if we're dealing with any other kindred on the premises while I'm there.
Okay, are we... How do the rest of us feel about that? Any,
I mean, it seems pretty cool. I wonder if one of either myself or Flynn should maybe go with. Just, I don't know, we can maybe pretend the whole lesbian couple loves their dog for a child kind of thing and see how it goes.
Flynn would like to go because she's thinking maybe if they're miffed about trespassers onto their patch, maybe an apology from the person who did some quote-unquote hunting there might help smooth things over a little.
It's good to have a little backup. So whichever one of you wants to keep an eye out.
Flynn?
Katia and Flynn go into the vet. Do Nulai and Joanne wait outside and be on call if there's any problems? Or
Sounds good.
what were you thinking, Snip?
Nulai is just Nulai just follows the orders.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay, so yeah, there's a sort of entrance area. You can see that you can see that like the shelter whole bigger complex is to one side, and then the clinic is on the other side, and the reception area entrance is in the middle. You guys park your car that I assume is being driven by one of Juliet's many people. It's not your car. There's always going to be cars available and drivers available to you while you're working for Juliet and Mikhail, so we just skip over that detail. But yeah, Joanne and Ulai can wait in the car together or outside the car together, lurking around ominously. Up to you. We'll leave you guys for now in case you become important. As Flynn and Katia walk in, it's your typical sort of medical-ish kind of waiting room reception-y place because of the vet clinic stuff, and covered in posters and stuff. Let's just get a quick awareness check from you both just to see if you guys notice anything interesting on the posters or not. You may not. Awareness and wits, we'll say, because you're not...
Just looking for awareness. Oh, yeah.
That's fine. For the love of fuck. Okay, Katia, you see into the poster's soul. Flynn, there are posters on the wall. You're not looking at them.
My poster's better.
Yeah. Okay, Katia, that's a messy critical, and it's funny that it's a messy critical because you're about... Oh, Joanne is not here. That's fine. You guys could enjoy it. So, there's a lot of fairly standard posters about, you know, getting your pets registered and their shots and all those little remindery things, and awareness about different things that can befall them. Same stuff you'd find at a normal doctor's, except animal geared. But there's one poster, it's kind of a warning poster. Have you seen this creature roaming around the area? And it's a very like low quality blurry photo because of how dark it is. It's one of those photos where you're sure the camera was fine, but because the lighting was so bad you can barely make out. You just see this big white four-legged shape. You are not sure what animal it is. The face is not staring into the camera, but you definitely see legs, you definitely see fur. This could be a big polar bear, this could be a big wolf, this could be a big tiger or a lion. As far as you can tell, the fact that Joanne did not go in means that a connection will not be made right now, but Katia, much like Joanne's messy critical, you are sort of transfixed by this image, and you just get the impression of, oh god, what is that? It's not enough, again, like these messy criticals aren't happening in important enough moments for me to really punish you for them, so I'm just gonna say that, like, you are off kilter, you are rattled, you are nervous, you know that you never want to fucking run into that, and is basically the translation of how you feel. There is a receptionist to which either of you... I feel like I should tell... I feel like I should tell Ruth what you just missed because it's kind of relevant to what you just saw before.
Okay, tiny bit of drama. Spill the tea.
Oh dear. That is quite dramatic, I've heard. Now, Katia was past the awareness check and saw a poster with a blurry image that says, "Have you seen this creature?" And the blurry image is of a large, four-legged, white animal. And you can't quite make out what kind of animal it is. But let's just say that it's a shame that you didn't walk in, Joanne.
Damn it!
But it's too late. Alright, so, Katia or Flynn, whichever one of you goes up to reception and speaks to the young woman that's sort of bored looking. Hello?
Well, I'll walk right up, because I'm the one with the dog.
Yeah. Yeah, Pasha is, of course, with you and is obediently, calmly walking up.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just say good evening.
Hey.
I'm new in town. I'd like to have a regular vet on for my companion.
Looks over the desk. Oh, and what's his name?
Pasha.
Hello, Pasha. Okay, we're free tonight. There's a vet in, not doing anything. He may as
Sure.
well do some work with his evening if you want to. Let me just...
Happy to get his checkup over with right now if you got the opportunity.
Yeah, asks your name and address. What line of bull do you throw?
Well, I do have my own off-site, apartment somewhere. Might as well give that, I guess.
Can I overhear what that address is? Or see it?
I suppose.
Okay, so Flynn can make a note that she now technically knows where Katia lives if Katia wasn't lying. Which,
Yeah.
while we know she isn't, Flynn doesn't. So, there's a thought. Alright, her eyebrow raises a bit because, there's a fair distance between there and here. But reception girl is too bored and tired to care, so she waves you over in the direction of the clinic and says, basically just call out and the vet should hear you and come to see you. She seems super professional so far.
Mm-hmm.
There is a cat.
There is a cat.
There is a cat.
Well, I guess I'll do as directed. And seek out the veterinarian.
Flynn, I assume you follow and don't awkwardly stand around in the lobby.
No, but I will awkwardly follow. Because you know that third person in a small vet room kind of awkwardness?
Yeah. Alright. Okay. You mosey around. It's it's not particularly spacious. It's a vet clinic. You call out and says, with you in a moment. A young man wearing the whole doctor-looking white stuff, scrubs, whatever, but vet. Comes out, smile. A young man, looks to be of Indian descent, black hair. He says, hello. Now, which of the three of you needs my medical attention?
I'll give Pasha a friendly pat on the head by way of demonstration.
That is really relieving, because if it was either of you, you'd be in the wrong place. Hello! Nice to meet you. My name is Rajesh, and we don't get a lot of people this late, but hey. Sure.
Well, some of us, busy work schedule, evening is all you get.
Oh, indeed. I'm just nice to finally meet somebody. All right. Did you name Pasha, or had you not yet?
Well, I can do so now.
Okay.
This is Pasha.
Pasha. All right. Well, he certainly seems a lot more calm than most young pups we get here. Well, no, he's not a young pup, but we get here in a place like this. Does he not see vets a lot, or is he just incredibly chill?
He's very calm most of the time.
Oh, I like it. You've definitely got him well trained. All right, come with me, young fella. Let's get you up onto this table here, and we'll see that everything is all right.
Pasha, up.
Pasha is just the picture of obedience, no problem, proudly standing there on the table, ready to be inspected by this friendly, if slightly awkward man. He says, I must admit, as he starts to do the whole thing, I must admit, we don't get too many unfamiliar faces around here. Do you live locally? Am I
Oh, we're new in town.
Oh, fair enough.
You know, as we're talking, I'll do my sense the beast again.
Sense the beast. Okay, I don't believe that is a rouse check, but I do believe it's a roll of some kind for the just to see if it works, and you can figure out this vet Rajesh whether he is. Yeah, it's resolve plus
My sheet.
the discipline. I think you've got a roll there on the sheet. Two successes, not a lot, but enough for this guy. You don't sense anything supernatural about this fellow. He just seems to be a mortal vet, looking a bit tired and confused. But yeah, he's asking a bit of questions about this. How did you hear about us? Did somebody tell us about? Sorry, did somebody tell you recommend you our place to you? Or?
Just in a bar somewhere. You know how it is, just dog talk.
I see. He's sort of thinking. He's looking at you. He's looking at Flynn. Looking at the
Flynn waves.
I would say that it's fair enough to presume that Katia gives off a bit of an air of danger. Like you have a thing for that, don't you?
That is intrinsic with my
Yeah.
predator type. Is that the normals are not at ease around me? Is the essence of it?
He sort of looks a little bit uncomfortable. You wouldn't. He wants to ask you a question, but he just seems like he doesn't know if it's a good idea.
Well, I'll just, pointedly open expression, like, feel free to speak your mind.
Flynn will chip in with, and we're so glad to find a vet that's open so late at night. It very much suits our preferences.
You don't happen to know Mr. Stavros, do you?
Should we?
Do we?
Forget I said anything. Back to the dog.
Oh, is he part of the, and Flynn will, like, drop her voice a bit, just get the West Bank boys? Is he one of those?
You're saying that in his presence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't... He seems not terrified, but he's just kind of... I don't know why we're necessarily dancing around here. Look,
Them's
he
the
sent
rule.
he sent you. Did he send you here for business, or did he not? Yes or no?
I'll let Flynn. She seems to have initiated that line of discussion. I'll let her take the lead.
We're certainly here for business. Not a lie has been told. We are new in the area, and it's always good to have a vet on file
Right.
for any companion. We wouldn't mind. I believe that this Mr. Stavros you mentioned is probably somebody that we should talk to.
Well, if he didn't send you, then who bloody did?
Guy in a bar.
I don't think he's going to be particularly pleased. Look, Mr. Stavros, this isn't... Perhaps you're reading me wrong. I don't know what it is necessarily that Mr. Stavros does other than what he does here. But all he does here, he brings us animals in need of rescue. He does it quite often, and we are very, very grateful to him for it. I assumed by your bearing that perhaps you were a person of similar interest who would also help us with, well, help the animals and allow us to do so. But it seems as though you're here for something entirely different related to the rest of his business, and frankly, I don't think you're in the right place.
Well, I mean, we are here for exactly what we said we're here for. There's no pretense on that. I mean, and while we would like to speak to him, we would appreciate maybe a phone number or a place to visit, but we wouldn't, press you for it.
If he has a phone number, I don't have it. He appears when he appears. Look.
You seem quite nervous, but really there's nothing untoward going on here. We really are just here for a vet check, and I mean, we've discovered that we both have somebody a mutual, acquaintance for you and somebody we'd like to acquaint for us. But that's it. Nothing to be nervous about.
Well, I suppose if you're not above board, then... it should... He's not coming out with any information, but it's... You get the impression that there is something he could give you. Do you press him in any way? Are you trying to be persuasive and charming here, or...
I am trying to be
okay.
Calming and present a very chill, persuasive front.
Are you using awe? Should you?
Can I use awe?
You absolutely can. I won't remind you when you're, months from now when you're getting better in the habit, but that would be a thing to do in this case. It's free to use.
I think I will, yeah.
Okay.
Remind me how to do that, though.
It's free, you just turn it on, and then it just adds to your social roles. So if you're trying to charm him and persuade him into giving you information about how to contact Stavros, then charisma and persuasion plus your presence, which would be +2.
Okay.
So based on what you were saying to him before and trying to put him at ease, we could call it that. We could call that a roll.
Alright, I'll do that.
Lot of dice for your charisma persuasion +2, that would be.
Yeah, but this is how I roll.
No, that's good. That is a bestial failure if you fail the roll, but 5 successes, you'd have to be trying to persuade a brick wall to fail with 5 successes. Either that or a very old vampire who hates you. So he just sort of goes back to being the unease sort of melts from him, and he's like, oh yes, I can see that you're I'm sorry, truth be told, as much as Mr. Stavros has only ever been a benefit to us, he's, well, he is an intimidating fellow, and you reminded me of him.
I am sorry, I didn't mean to
no,
come across that way.
It's fine.
No, it's my fault.
We would be more than happy to look after Pasha here now and in the future, and also we would be more than happy to take a similar arrangement with you as we have with him. It is volunteer. Mr. Stavros, if he donates to us quite regularly, he does not ask anything in return for bringing us the animals, but if that is something that either of you are interested in, please, by all means. Anyway, I'm sure if you share that interest with him, he'd be happy to speak to you about it and help you out. His number I don't have, but I do believe that him and his folks, the boys, I suppose, they drink at a place called the Lagoon. I believe they own it, or they run it, or something, but that's a rougher place than I would visit, but everybody in West Bank knows that's where you'll find them on a given night. He
Always happy to meet like-minded individuals.
Yeah,
Thank you for the reference.
He gives an address, and he says that they're an intimidating group, but everyone here knows they take care of us. Their leader, Derek, can come across a bit strong and terrifying, but Mr. Stavros and the others, they mean well. They look out for us. Why, just the other few weeks, one of our residents vanished. We don't know what happened to him, but his family is quite devastated, and they've been there. They've been there, supporting them financially and picking up the pieces.
They certainly seem like people that you would want in your community, and we would not want to upset that either.
Exactly. You seem like lovely folks as well. I'm sure you would get along. But yeah, again, he repeats the address. That's where you would find him.
Flynn asks if, I'm assuming we're heading out soon, Kasia? Or?
I have one question before. That, have you seen the animal, the white blur? What's up with that?
Oh! The West Bank lion. I've no idea. I haven't seen it. It's a rumor. That photo is, look, let's be fair, probably complete and utter BS, but enough people around here reckon they've seen it, so we thought we'd put it up, and for some of us it's a laugh, for some of us it's a terror, but there's this story is there is a large white lion that occasionally can be glimpsed roaming around. We call it the West Bank lion. I think he's been seen quite regularly and all around Western Shadeport, but for us, well, everything here in the West Bank we like to claim as our own. Personally, I don't think there's any truth to it, but well, that's all I can really tell you.
Thanks for sating my curiosity, and of course looking after my friend.
He's definitely a lovely young fellow. I am certain that he will live a long and happy life. No problems with him at all that I can tell. He looks to be... Now, Pasha is well over 10, isn't he?
I would expect so. I probably don't know his exact age.
You have spent at least a decade with him, and he drinks your blood, he says. He seems about, definitely in the 3 to 5 age range, so he's got a long life ahead of him. Vampire blood is good. You know for a fact that aging tends to stop right on when the blood drinking starts, whether it's being turned or whether it's being turned into a ghoul, as Pasha is the animal equivalent of. So basically, that's how old Pasha was when you met him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
if asked, I'll always say, "Oh, he's 4 years old."
Yeah,
as far as I know.
Ah, was he a rescue himself?
Mm-hmm.
Very good. I do hope you'll consider it. We a lot of strays in this city. They need our help.
Well, if I come across any, I know where they can find help.
Thank you. Right, that's about it. He gives Pasha a treat.
Flynn will ask to see if there's any documentation like for adopting a cat. Like it's
That is absolutely a process that can be undertaken. That will be like the shelter half of the place. Like you'd go back out into reception and ask to be shown stuff. Possibly now if you wanted, though I don't know that we want to roleplay that out.
Flynn might come back later on another 3 nights.
Certainly a thing that Flynn could do. Definitely they have a lot available, and they all want a nice home. Is that enough?
Again, we'll then shake his hand and thank him again, and apologise for her demeanour again. And sort of just
the awe is still bouncing off of you. He loves you now. It sort of offset the slight concern that he would have at Katia. As well, so he's happy and good, and Pasha has convinced him that you're probably good people just as much as the Ore has. So yeah, that takes care of that.
Well, I'm ready to rejoin our friends outside and share the information.
Yep. There is an address. It looks like it's down an alley in the West Bank neighborhood, not too far away from the docks themselves. So it's a fairly sort of businessy sort of area with a lot of not too residential, very out of the way. Like if you look at it on your Google Maps sort of thing, you'd be surprised. Like you can't specifically find the Lagoon listed on Google Maps like a normal bar would probably be listed on Google Maps. There's nothing like that. But if you look for the address and the sort of general area, you can see a small tucked away building that could probably be it, with no sort of label listing that you can see, surrounded by other smaller places.
Well, unless anyone has a better plan, I'd say we just walk right in like we did last time.
Would Kat have mentioned the poster or said anything about the encounter before we go?
Good question. Would you have thought about it to talk about it to the party?
I suppose I could, when I'm sharing the names, the address, where we're going, etc. Oh, apparently there's also a lion roaming the neighborhood.
I mean, as a gangrel, and of course, lion is not as scary as werewolf, but like all kindred are kind of instinctively, except for the really new ones. I suppose Nulai and Joanne might not know it too well yet. You all know that werewolves are almost as common as vampires, but they tend to stick to outskirts. So stories of large, scary monsters roaming the cities are something that every kindred is radar antenna like interested in. Lion, though, that's not normal.
Definitely not normal.
Joanne, as you hear that, do you?
I immediately, sort of. Wait, what? Did you say lion?
That's what we heard.
Roar.
Would this lion be of any particular color?
Well, the picture was a little bit grainy, but looked white to me.
Huh. A white lion. Huh. I'm kind of conflicted now. Like, do I tell them? Because obviously we should maybe be careful then. I mean, we got sent here by... Yeah, no, that's weird. Okay. So, heads up. We may want to think about what we're about to do next. I don't think it is simply a courtesy visit that we've been sent here for. I suspect Flynn has more involvement than he let on.
Flanagan. Flynn's in front of you.
Flanagan, my bad.
Flynn immediately clenches and thinks of Crimson. No.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There you go.
Flanagan may know more than he let on. What? Continue?
Yeah. When we spoke to him, I saw a very, and I say this not lightly at all, terrifying white lion on his, well, can one say on his shoulders, by his shoulders, behind him?
Behind him, paws on shoulder.
Let's just say, not cool. Scary, big, fierce. Did not like. Do not want. Can we? Can we maybe not?
We have to know who is here, what they're up to, what where their alliances are. One way or another, we have to go in.
I'm still fairly new to all this. I have never heard of a lion. Assuming that it's not some fantastical like symbolism or something, and it's an actual beast.
Well,
Either way, to be honest, can we take it? That's the question I'm asking.
there are kindred that can change their shape. It's not outside the realm of possibility that they're one and the same.
Hmm.
But as it was before, we talk first. And if words don't work, you've got me.
I like that. Y'all happy to head to the lagoon and see what's what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is a quiet trip in the dark. It's not a particularly busy area, especially not at night. And the car lets you off before the alley because the alley is not exactly equipped to contain a car. In fact, the four of you cannot walk side by side down that alley. It is a teensy little place. Three of you could, but, it's definitely cramped. You head around a corner, and at the dead end of that dark corner, you see a faded sign that says, The Lagoon. This is spectacularly out of the way. Nobody will ever, has ever, shall ever in the future walk in here without knowing where it is they are going. It is... there's... The corner itself, though, is wider than the way in. And it's actually, it's a set of double doors. Kind of like, almost like, not saloon doors, but like set of double doors you can't see in. They're, they look like back doors more than like presented front doors, but hey, it's got the sign above its head. Not particularly inviting, but looking at the map, and I guess if you guys do check around, the concrete jungle is dense enough that you don't see any other way. Knocking, opening.
I mean, do we have to knock? It's a bar, right?
Rocket launchering down. As far as you can tell, it's a bar. It's what the vet said. But he also said he'd never been there.
I mean, if the outside appearance seems bar, and everything about it doesn't, like, nothing else seems suspicious, it would be weird if we knocked. Like, you just go into a bar.
Mm-hmm.
If we knock, that might arouse suspicion as to, like, why we're here, so just go in and...
It's a bar, you walk in like you belong there.
Alright, who's in first? What's on second?
I don't know who's on third.
Thank you. Who's actually going first?
I tend to presume someone else will take the lead for socialization, so probably not me.
Flynn will go first then.
Flynn first. Beyond that, it doesn't matter too much.
Hi, Flynn.
Do you open the double doors confidently, like push them in, or do you just go in through one, rather subdued? How confident are you feeling?
I'll just go through one. Like I'm not crashing into the place.
Casual entrance. It is... Holy God, it is a dingy dive bar. It is... You straight away see... Well, I mean, the sound hits you as you come in. It's not the sound of, like, conversation much, but you hear, like, sports on the TV. You can see darts, you see a pool table. All the standard, like, blue-collar bar kind of fixtures. Not like the Crack House, not like Flanagan's. Flanagan's was a very social place. Tables, people at those tables. They didn't have, really, a pool table. There was a dartboard, but they didn't have enough... Most of their room was dedicated to places for people to be. This lagoon is not like that. This is not very filled at all. In fact, you clock 9 people. They're not in any particular sort of social groupings. There's maybe 2 or 3 chatting at on a little couch out of the way. There's a couple people playing pool. There's the bartender, who's an older, bald guy. There's one woman with long blue hair, actually, looking like an old rocker chick, basically, sitting at one of the stools. You also see a very short, stocky guy with a red cap on, and also on another stool. That's the main thing you see in the bar. And as you enter, the generic rock music that was playing stops. As one of the guys hits the jukebox and stops it, and 9 faces turn to look at you. Surprised. Let me just change our music here.
I'm guessing it's one of those places where it seems like everyone who is here is pretty much always here, like regular type peeps.
You sort of look around as the...
Everybody knows your name.
Yeah. So, yeah, 9 pairs of eyes staring at you. The stocky guy with the red cap scrunches his face up. Well, holy fuck! Alright, Lou, he turns to the bartender. Think you might want to take a smoke break, pal? What? No, seriously. Take a smoke break. You trust us. I don't think that you need to be around for this conversation. Come on, Lou. Take a smoke break. If you fuck up my bar, I'm gonna fuck up your face. I have no doubt that you will. You look at the stocky man's eyes, and you see a lot of doubt in them. Lou just sort of shakes his head, throws down the little towel he was using to wipe a glass, shrugs, walks towards the 4 of you past the doors. He says, "Don't get killed." Heads out, closes the door behind him, and stocky guy claps his hands, leaps off of his stool, and he says, "If it isn't our wandering little rats. I'm impressed with the sacks on the 4 of you to just, you know, find where we live, walk right up to us. That's fucking fantastic. Saves us a lot of hard work." Katya, as he's blabbing, you do notice that one of the men, one of the guys playing pool, is the dude that spied on you and who's, you know, he's looking at you and going. Everybody else is looking less nervous and concerned. He seems to be the runt of the litter. A lot of these men are quite large. The woman is looking sort of pensive, kind of. And there's a guy who, he looks. You remember that the dog lover, or the animal lover, was called Mr. Stavros, and so you do see one fellow who looks to have sort of Greek features, which is kind of an indicator. The other indicator is that his arms are covered in tattoos of like animals, just like there's a cat tattoo, and there's a lizard, and there's a dog, and just like every tattoo is a different animal over both arms. And so you are not a rocket scientist, but you think you can probably identify Mr. Stavros as that fellow. Could be wrong, but
I would point out, as unusual as it normally would be to bring a dog into a bar, considering the nature of who we came here to talk to, I did intend to bring Pasha in with me just to arouse interest if possible.
Pasha is there, and the dude who you're pretty sure is Stavros, he's like, his eyes sort of light up a little, and then he composes himself again, trying to look like a tough, you know, gangster, and not someone who loses his mind over puppies. All right. Now, anyway, back to the guy with the red cap. He says, "So, correct me if I'm wrong. We got here. We have a Flynn, we have a Katia, we have a Joanne, and we have Emily."
And who is you? We know Stavros already.
What?
Nulai would correct himself and say Nulai.
Oh, my sincerest apologies. Doesn't sound sincere. Says, "Well, if you've come this far, you've probably heard some names. We're the West Bank boys. We take care of the West Bank. My name's Derek. This here's Hector." He points to Stavros. "This here's Sapphire. And then there's the rest. They don't matter. They're breathers. Fuck you, Derek! Fuck you too, Steve! Sorry about that. Adults are talking. Now, I'm glad you came. This either means that you're very, very smart, or you're very, very stupid. We're about to find out, which is just, oh, so exciting. So, here's where we're at. We see the four of you. Well, we see the three of you creeping on in to a warehouse in our turf. We see the four of you come out. You, stiff as a board, put a stake in him, he's done. And now here you are walking around, breathing. Well, not breathing, but doing the vampire equivalent. And hanging out with these people like they're your best friends. So I gotta ask, man. What? Smuggling up? Consensual? Are these your people getting you into this city? Like, have you got heat on you? Can't take a plane like the rest of us?
I have my reasons.
Enlightening. Okay.
Flynn will step forward a bit and say, look, it's a bit about that we wanted to speak to you about.
Well, I'm so glad you wanted to speak to us. We certainly wanted to speak to you, but... Well, we think alike. We were going to find your place and show up. Not to, you know...
I think it's better this way. It probably would go better for everybody this way.
Oh, I'm sure. Look, the way we see it, you probably didn't know we existed, yeah? We understand that. We're not monsters. But, you know how the rules work in our society. He who owns the turf says what goes. So you can see why we'd be a little upset. But please, go on.
Well, you're right. We didn't know you existed. We were just picking up a package, as far as we were aware, for the Camarilla Prince. We didn't even know that Nulay was in the package, which did cause a bit of a problem, and for that, I believe I owe you an apology. Whilst there, I lost a bit of control, and the end result was the death of one of the people working there, for which I regret.
Oh.
Not only the death, but also that it happened on your patch, I guess.
You hear some grumbles from this. The woman speaks up at this point. She says, huh. Taking some responsibility. Nice, nice. Derek says, interesting. So it was you then? Specifically you?
It was specifically me and nobody else.
Okay. So if we gave you the name of his family, well, don't trust you enough for that yet. If we told you where to send the money that we've been sending to keep things something approaching almost a little bit just here, that wouldn't be a problem for you.
No.
Good.
Especially if it would go a ways to making amends between us.
Apologies are nice as well, but see, I might have a bit of gunk in my ears, but I thought I heard something strange. Did you guys hear something strange? There were two words in that just didn't add up. Hi. This is some whispering. Did you say Camarilla Prince?
I did.
Okay. Shadeport. Shadeport doesn't have a Camarilla. Shadeport doesn't have a prince. Are you talking about one of those outsider princes? Like you're coming in here from New York or some shit?
No.
Well, by all means, elaborate.
I'll look at Joanne for elaboration, because I didn't really have a lot to do with the prince, if I'm honest.
So at this point, I step forward and I'll go, I would be representing the prince in this instance, if you have any questions.
I have several. First one, bit vague. What the fuck?
I quickly stifle my giggle at this outburst, and I say, not an unexpected response. It is our understanding that Shadeport has not had a prince in some time.
Since the last one got murdered, and then everybody else along with him got murdered because someone was an idiot, yeah.
Well, idiots aside,
Oh,
that has
always be
changed.
idiots, sweetie. That has changed. That has changed. You hear it? Hear that? It's changed. Cammies are back, guys. The ivory fucking tower. Let me tell you what I think. I think the four of you are working for some rich chick in the hills with a taste for blood who saw a big ol' empty space, right? And maybe she was in the cam somewhere else. You know, what's her name? Fucking Hammerfield or something. Some European country, no doubt. Thinks, ooh, fresh meat, free real estate. I know what I'll do. Rolls on in, says, hey guys, I'm the Camarilla now! And then, of course, because we're all a bunch of dumb anarchs who don't know no better, we're gonna piss our pants and be like, ah! And then we're just gonna all bend over and bow down or whatever the hell you expect. Kiss ring, suck dick, whatever it is. And then she is just gonna be the queen of the goddamn world without having to lift a finger because we're a bunch of uncultured swine. Boys, what do you think about that?
Say, if the shoe fits. However, I have one question of my own.
When he said that, Flynn is just going to, like, she's going to sneer and then, like, show Fang.
I have a question of my own.
Yeah.
You said out for blood. Whose blood do you imagine we're out for?
Oh, I said a taste for blood.
A taste for blood. Well, the fact that we're here having a conversation seems to me would indicate that we have a little more decorum than that.
Camarilla don't do subtle. Camarilla don't do conversation. Camarilla roll in with 1,000 flying fangs, and suddenly you and all of yours are kissing the sunlight. No, I don't buy this for a goddamn second.
Maybe they're trying a new approach.
Well, what could we do that would change your mind, if anything?
He looks to the woman to his left. He's just regarding you guys. It's like she shakes her head, shrugs. Fuck it. What? Yeah, go ahead.
Flynn might interrupt and say, oh, it's not you that we should be speaking to then, it's your lady friend.
Interesting.
The woman smiles at that, shakes her head a little, doesn't say anything at this point. Derek growls, he says, look, you know, you guys had me. You really did. I thought, they're contrite. Entrepreneurial, if they tracked us down. It means we gotta keep an eye on you, but, you know, doesn't mean there's a problem straight up. However, offering to cover your debts, pay for your damages, now that's good. I like that. But here's what I'm trying to figure out right now. See, the four of you are either a pack of bullshitters or a pack of dupes. And if you're dupes, my heart goes out to you. That woman's really run a number on you, but if you're bullshitters, we don't like bullshitters.
I find it funny that you think there's only two possible scenarios to this.
I am nothing if not a confident man.
Confident? Or short-sighted?
Let's get him to roll, I think. because y'all have been needling him, and he's a gang leader surrounded by his friends. So I need to see if he can keep under control. So give me a second. Well, Derek just, at this point, he shakes his head. He's got a bottle in his hand. He says, you know what, fuck this. Here's what's gonna happen. You guys are gonna limp back to your rich chick in the hills. You're gonna show them the bruises we put on you. And you're gonna let her know to stay the fuck out of the West Bank. I don't care who else you con.
What, you don't, you
This
can't
shit ain't
text?
happening. As you're saying that, he throws a bottle at your head.
Can I catch it?
Sorry?
Can I try and catch it?
Oh, absolutely. Do you have rapid reflexes?
I do not.
Well, you can still try, but I'm not liking your chances.
You've seen how I roll.
I love how that is literal
Yeah.
and figurative at the
Yeah.
same time.
How do you want me to roll for that?
So it's a catch rather than a dodge. Okay, so the problem is it's going to be harder to succeed at. However, and the thing is, if you fail, you're getting smacked in the head. But if you catch it, then you're a badass. So that's the gamble. That would be Dex and Athletics, but I'm going to have to give you a -1 for the fact that I'll say that the rest of you can pretty much act before. You could, like he didn't surprise you super well because he basically said, "I intend to have my boys beat you up," but you weren't expecting projectile throw immediately. So I will -1 it, but I would have -2'd it if he hadn't have mentioned that was going to happen. 2 successes at a thrown bottle. Would you like the good news or the bad news? Hit you?
Give me the bad news.
Okay. The bad news is that it's going to hit you. The good news is it's full of a beer you like. The bad news is you're dead, so it still tastes like shit. It is a glass to the face, which is superficial damage. It would hurt a human a hell of a lot more. It's only going to hurt you for 1 superficial wound. So, do you know how to mark that?
I think so.
Or
If I get it
watch you
wrong,
and see
then
if you get it right.
Ooh. Okay, now that I've said that I know how to do it.
You click on one of your red health squares, the one on the right. There we go. Yep, that's a marked thing. That's why you have max health 6 there. It's so that you can keep track of where to stop when you heal.
Gotcha, thanks.
Did, Nulai... Yeah, Nulai's health is full. The only thing you have is the aggravated willpower, which you gotta wait for a particularly... Whenever you have a really positive mental health boosting character moment, let me know, because if I agree, then you can heal the ag. Alright, anyway. So that's the opening, and Flynn, you are going to be stunned for a little bit, so everybody else can react to what's happening. As he does this, it's kind of a signal for go. The other guys, and to count them, there are 8 people in the room. There's the woman on the stools to the from where you guys are facing to Derek's right. Stavros to Derek's left. The pool table is over to the left of all of you guys, and there are 3 people there. That's 3, 6. So yeah, the last person is on a couch on the right. I think no, there's 8 in total. Right? Yeah.
So
There's 2 people on a couch that's over to the right. So there's 3 regular dudes to your left who were playing pool and are now looking at you while eyeing the pool stuff. And then there's 2 people lying on a couch to the right who are well, I mean, they're lying on a couch, and they probably should have been ready for a fight sooner than this, so you could probably catch the dudes on the right by surprise. 3 in the stools, however, look like they mean business.
Okay, I've got a pretty high awareness.
Yeah.
Could I do some kind of quick, assessment of who I should tackle first, or if there's a weapon or tool close by that I can use.
Do you want to use your awareness to search the environment, or do you want to use your insight to read the people and see who looks like a weak link? I know which one you're better at.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely better at awareness, so let's search the room.
Okay, that will be awareness and wits, because it's a very quick thing.
Okay, so I roll awareness with the wits modifier thing.
Mm-hmm. Awareness plus wits, no modifiers, but it should be 5 dice.
Yeah.
3 successes, that's not a lot, but it gives you the basics of what's around. There is a little table not too far from you with a bunch of empty bottles, glasses, that you could use the way that Derek used, either by throwing or just by holding and smacking, which would cause you to put more force into it. You're also sure that, like, I mean, any of the bar stools, they're not close to you, but you could pick those up and throw them. There are, of course, a bunch of heavy pool balls and 2 pool sticks that are quite a ways away from you, and there are dudes there, but theoretically. Any of that stuff would make a sensible improvised weapon.
Okay, so I've got a bit more strength than I have dexterity.
The beat stick approach is a very, very, very solid approach.
That's what I'm thinking.
There's a specific part of the book that I want to have open before I get into combat rolls.
Cool.
But feel free to keep saying what your plan is, if you have one.
My theory is that I will grab a beating tool, blunt object of some kind, and logically hit the person closest to me with it as hard as I possibly can. Maybe somewhere to, like, destabilize them, so like a knee that would take them down or something like that. I don't know. I mean, these are vampires.
Let me just do a random chance roll to see which of you are standing more towards the pool table and which of you are standing more towards the dudes on the couch.
Cool.
Flynn... Oh no, you were one of the ones who stepped forward and talked, so I'd say, yeah, of Katia and Nulai, let me see. Katia, you're more near the 3 guys at the pool table, and Nulai, you're more near the 2 that are on the couch, which are less together and ready, which is probably good considering the physical fight capabilities of the 2 of you. Katia is near the people with improvised weapons and no needed time to stand up. So yeah, but Joanne, you and Flynn are closer to Derek, and I'd say where you're standing, Stavros, the dog guy, would be closer to you than either Stavros or Derek would be your nearest attack. The woman Sapphire is a bit too far away.
I would probably go for Stavros because he has the biggest mouth and he seems to be the one that talks or like has influence over the others. So if we can take him down in like the first 1 or 2 shots, the others might be a little more skeptical.
Stavros hasn't said much. You're thinking of Derek, but that's fine. He's the one who threw a bottle at Flynn. So he's the one. He's the only one who's aggressed so far. So it's also the polite way to do it. But you can tell in these moments that the others are about to attack you and they have no perception of manners. Well, the woman doesn't look like she's about to attack anyone, but everyone else is moving forward. In your awareness check, you can see that she is not making any movements. So,
Okay.
You're trying to throw the bottle at his leg, or go down and just sweep him with, like, holding it in your hand?
I actually want to just, like, I don't know, hit him somewhere with it as hard as possible.
Yeah. Specify where, and we'll see if it's
He'll probably be able to move his hands too fast, so I will come in, aiming for his chest, and then just do him one in the groin.
Okay. Wait, so you're just sort of gonna feint it. You're gonna swing,
Yeah.
make it look, and then boom. Okay, so glass bottle to the groin. If it shatters, party!
This is my plan.
Yeah, I didn't say it was a bad one, just... okay,
Actually-
that'll be a... I guess that's 2 rolls, because you are going to feint him, and we're going to see if he buys it or not. So I guess it's a subterfuge. It's physical movement, so it's subterfuge and dex.
Which one? Or I would roll on subterfuge with
Yes.
Dex, okay?
You still get to make your attack if this fails. This is just... This determines how he rolls.
Okay. It's not a lot.
That... Let's see how he does, because that's a bestial failure, but I don't really know how to work that into this particular scenario, because it's kind of the side roll, so I might let you off for that. Let me see how he does first. It might not matter. Yeah, no, you didn't fool him. What's your... We'll give you the penalty. We'll give you the bane there. Sorry, because it can sort of work. Basically, you feel off as you do this. Your little faked maneuver. I guess you kind of overcompensate. You panic as you do it. You're like, oh god, what am I doing? This is silly. And so you're in your own head a little, which means that for the rest of this scene. For the rest of this scene, your curse comes to the fore. You will have a penalty equal to your bane severity, which is, I believe, 2. Yes, it is 2. To any mental dice pools, which is to say, if you ever roll your wits, your intelligence, or your resolve, you're going to have to take a -2 modifier. But it's a physical fight, and it's not going to be your physical stuff, because thankfully it was sort of a as much as I had you roll dex, it was kind of a mind trick you were trying, so we'll hit your mental there. When this scene ends, you'll turn back to normal. So that's not great.
None of this is gonna go well.
Of course not, but now, strength and brawl to smack him. I like that you have so few dice in this that your hunger is all of it. Which means you can't do any re-rolling. I didn't offer you to re-roll the other one because you could only re-roll 1 dice, and even if you'd gotten the 2 successes, based on the conflict, he still beats you and you still get the bestial failure because the hunger... Yeah, no, the re-roll would not have helped, would not have stopped it. Nor can you use it here. But I do, I've been forgetting to prompt willpower re-rolls. Remember, you can do that. Superficial willpower damage to roll again if you're failing. But you have to prompt
so
me.
what does this space look like?
Okay, so the thing is, it's an opposed contest. I haven't rolled his yet, but he's probably going to beat a 0. And I will tell you what he does as you come towards him, miss the feint. Yeah, he sort of... He just does that sort of snort laugh thing as he watches whatever the hell you're trying to do, and before your glass bottle can connect with his chest, he just, like, smack, like, just arm clobber, just clothesline to the back of the fist to the face, bonk in the head. Because of the bestial failure, because of the 0 successes, because you're so off kilter, you are just flomping to the ground. However, the strength of that arm, not that you were on the receiving end of it, but that's a regular fist. That is not a potence-enhanced, very, very tough vampire arm. So, you might need to heal your nose up, and you are going to take 1 superficial health damage, and you are on the ground, which means you're going to have to get off of the ground or, you know, deal with some stuff there, but could have been a lot worse for you. Your pride, however, very ouched. Very ouch. No actual willpower damage, but if there was like an embarrassment meter, you'd have some notches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably used to this kind of scenario a fair bit at this point. So, like, well, there's a smidge of embarrassment. There's also like, well, that's on brand.
There you go. All
It
right.
is what it is. And I just hope everyone else is going to use my flump to their advantage.
Well, Nulai and Katia are open. Nulai, you've probably got the least amount of chance of being imminently attacked because there are two dudes lying on a couch who are like, oh shit. But they are, as in the split second, you are seeing them slowly rise to their feet with the intention of coming in on you.
Are either of them vampires as pointed out by Derek? Like
From what you recall, Derek identified everybody at the stools as a vampire and everybody else, pool table 3 and couch 2, as breathers. Hopefully he's not lying.
In that case, Nulai is going to take a step back, like just like more back, as in more towards the couches, just like try to separate himself in a bit of a like in a nonchalant manner of, you know, I'm not here to fight with these guys. But as he approaches the couches, and I assume the guys on the couches are still, you know, looking aggressive.
Collecting themselves, and they are looking aggressive, and as you come towards them,
they're not very fooled by
No.
my yeah, they're not
Boss said
letting
put some
me
bruises on them. They don't care if you don't want to fight.
Yeah. So Nulai is going to use mesmerize on one of them, probably the closer one.
Yep, sensible.
Whichever one looks, you know, okay, whichever one looks stronger. Let's put it that way. Do I need to use insight to detect which one of them is stronger physically?
You could just go with whoever looks the biggest.
Yeah, whoever looks the biggest.
I'll make it easy for you. That one's closer to you.
Yeah. Whoever, the one closer to me, I'm gonna use mesmerize on, and I will tell him to pin the other guy down. The guy next to him down.
Okay, that is a rouse check.
Hell yeah.
Bit hungrier there. What I will do... It is immortal, but... This guy is... The last time you used this on someone's ghoul, that ghoul was the ghoul to a very, very not-together vampire who was slowly fraying the minds of his ghouls, and so that was very easy. This ghoul has been given a clear order by his boss, and his boss is of sound mind and blunt head. So, you're gonna have to pass a roll to break through the thing there. I think as the letter of the rules says it works freely against mortals, but I feel like that's too OP. So fuck you, you're rolling. It is manipulation plus your dominate, which I believe you have a shortcut for.
Yep. No modifiers?
None. Success is 3. It's not a hard check, but it is an opposed check, so let us see. This dude is going to have to succeed on all of his dice in order to beat you. He succeeded on none of his dice, so he does not beat you. Okay, pin him to the ground. Alright, so... As he's getting up from the couch, he's like... he just sort of crash tackle falls on his mate, and they begin grappling. He seems... Specifically, he's listening to the term ground, because the dude that you talk to is trying to push them off of the couch. He landed on the guy on the couch, and now he's trying to get him off the couch and onto the ground, which might not work out well for him. You're not sure how that's going to play out. Katia gets to move long before we figure it out, though, and... Katia, you're... Yeah, so... thinking of that Flynn and Joanne were standing in front, closest to the people on the stools. You're behind where Joanne is, which is to say, you're closer to the people on the left, the three dudes at the pool table, who 2 of them have sticks. The other one appears to be picking up a pair of the pool balls. You could sit there and philosophize what they might be intending to do with those things, but there's also the 3 people at the stools who have not moved yet.
So, well, the very first thing I want to turn to Pasha and say, please go make friends with our white lion, by which I mean, very specifically, go be a cute dog and socialize with Stavros and not be in the middle of this brawl. And I also want to try to get myself between the largest group of attackers and the rest of my group. I want to be their target, not anybody else.
You would like to be the focus of the attention of Team Pool Table, is what you're telling me? Okay. Good shit.
And if I can reach one to punch one, that's great, but if I'm doing too many other things, no worries.
Your bond with Pasha, you can't... Obviously, you can say that verbally, but you can sort of communicate intent. As I said, you need your animalism to get higher in order to really, really make that bond two-way. But you are able to sort of use your feelings to order Pasha in a way. Pasha will get your intention fast enough for you to wander over to the pool table and just clobber the nearest guy. One of the guys with the sticks, he's on one of the ends of the pool table. Obviously, the 2 with the sticks are on the ends, and then there's a guy in the middle that's between. The table is between you and him, picking up a pair of balls. Alright, so it's going to be a simple swing, strength brawl. Fist to face. I don't believe you have potence to add to that. No. What are we looking at? Yeah, I mean, you've never been a delicate flower. Let's see the answer there, and I believe fists are not. You don't get any bonus damage, so it's your degrees of success. So you might not hurt him much, but depends on how well he does. Okay, yeah. You hear a satisfying crunch. He doesn't drop his pool stick, and he doesn't fall over, but he sort of lands. He uses the table to brace himself with his free hand. He's got... It is not Steve, by the way. Steve is in the other end with a pool stick, and he's looking super glad that it wasn't him. You're wondering if your past with him will perhaps cause him some hesitance in attacking you, but we'll see. I am going to suggest a break here. I know we're in the middle of a fight, but I need to pee, and maybe the rest of you do. So I suggest that we throw up the BRB screen and come back in 3 to 5 minutes whenever everybody's settled. Get a drink,
Cool.
relieve yourself, do whatever you need to, and stay tuned. Do not panic, do not miss us too much. hello. That looked awkward. Well done, mission accomplished. All right, we are mostly here. Our Flynn, quite topically, broke a glass and needs to clean that. So right now Flynn is still stunned from the broken glass, as everybody else begins to move. First of all, Pasha responds to the command given by Katya, and basically just walks up like this adorable little puppy and puts its paws up on Stavros' knees, and he looks down and he's like, oh little buddy, oh god, you don't want to be involved in this. He sort of turns his stool and kind of takes Pasha and moves Pasha sort of aside, and basically just stops giving a shit about the bar fight and is just like, I am protecting this dog now, this is my job. To which Derek, who hears him while having only just, clocked Joanne in the nose and watched them crumple to the ground, was like, for fuck's sake, man. So yeah, Flynn would be freed from the stunnage now, but because the player isn't here, we'll just use that as a reason to keep on with everybody else's stuff. The two guys on the couch are basically dealing with each other. That's totally fine. The pool table people. Steve is hesitant. The guy that just got clocked in the head is going to need a moment. However, a pool ball, let's call it number 13, is about to come flying at Katya's head. So, you have the same option that Flynn did. Do you wish to dodge out of the way, or do you wish to try and catch it like a badass?
I'll be practical and dodge.
How safe and boring. Alright, that is a Dex and Athletics. You do have Celerity, you have Rapid Reflexes, which lets you move faster and no defense penalty for lack of cover versus firearms. I like to think it's a little bit more involved than that and just call it your general, you're better at dodging. So I will say that, God, you've already got a lot of dice for it, but I'll give you just a teensy +1 for that. Dex Ath. Lots of dice, very nice. Let's see how his throw goes, because it is going to be opposed. Huh. Yeah. Whizzes past your head. There's something to be said about if the dodge succeeds really well, but the throw fails really badly. Could it then, course correct by you dodging your way into the blow? But no, I won't do that to you. That's a messy critical sort of result. You dodge, but you didn't need to because it wasn't going to hit you anyway, and you feel pretty safe, and it just sort of makes an awful thunk as it bangs down and rolls away. Pool balls are really loud when they hit things, and it's wooden floor, so nobody liked that. Telltale Games, everyone disliked that. Wait, no, that's Fallout 4, isn't it? Anyway. Ball didn't hit you. Okay, now we look to our three people at the stools. Derek has obviously gotten into it with Joanne, so that counts for him. Stavros is being distracted by the dog. What is happening to Sapphire the woman? Well, all of y'all were busy. None of you were looking at her. Anybody who looks near her now will find absolutely fucking nothing where she was.
Just fucking wonderful.
So, Joanne, you're lying on the ground. You can spend your whole turn getting up and sorting yourself out, or you can attempt some sort of alternative move from sideways. Up to you, really. Okay.
Am I on my face or my back?
I mean, you were facing him and he clocked you like that, so you're not on your face.
On my ass.
Yeah, knocked on your ass, yep.
Okay, getting up from your ass is harder than actually getting up from, lying fully face down. Is there a bar still close to me? Where
there's a pair of Derek legs in between you and it, unfortunately. Well, no, there might not be a stool, but there might be a sort of chair. None of the stools at the bar, they're all between you and the bar. But there'd be, there's little tables you could maybe grab at a chair and fling it at him.
Okay, who did Katya hit?
Cardia went over to the pool table to deal with the three dudes there. In front of you is basically just Derek. Other than the pool table guys, your only threat is Derek right now because Nulai has the two on the couch dealing with each other, and Stavros has been neutralized by Puppy! And the woman is gone, which doesn't mean she's gone, just means you don't know what to do with her.
Okay, hold on. I just check something here quickly.
Derek's looking down at you. Probably going to hit you again.
So I have one of two choices right now. I can either, well, actually three. I can either try and get away from him as far as possible, or I can grab his ankle, a la Monty Python, or I can do a heightened senses and see if I can maybe, I don't know if that would pick up where the woman is gone, maybe? Would that help me in any way?
Sense the unseen is the ability that will allow someone to see a stealther. Do you have it?
I don't think I took it.
You do not. You have heightened senses and premonition. So your ability to... You can do stealthy, but you can't counter stealthy. That's a good point for someone else in this room.
Okay, so then Oh, I'm supposed to be the smart one. You know what? We've come this far. I'm just gonna be like, let me bite his ankle. I don't...
A bite attack on the ankle. Okay. Do you mean bite, just bite, or do you mean bite with intent to drink?
I don't imagine... Like, would that wouldn't turn out very well, would it?
Biting another vampire is... I mean, it's not kosher, but, like, there's nothing wrong with the blood.
Okay, so it won't, like, influence me or anything. Because I am down a modifier on my wits and intelligence rolls.
Drinking from a vampire 3 distinct times can bond you to them.
Okay.
One time,
so
not a problem.
Off, fuck you over kind of thing would probably be okay.
Yeah. You from everything you've learned from Juliet has said that there's nothing necessarily wrong with doing that other than it's a bit icky and kind of shameless.
I mean, I am hungry still.
Yeah, you are.
So, let's do this.
Okay, it's not exactly the best grapple to just grab an ankle and hum. So, let me figure out how the hell to run this. Okay. There's a part of his ankle that you can get. Yeah, it's not like his pants and shoes are covering everything. However, it'd be dex brawl, I'd say, because you're on the ground, you're grounded. But he's going to have a fairly easy time kicking you away if you don't do incredibly, and you have 1 dice. Would you like to use a blood surge to increase your dex? You get 2 extra dice if you rouse check.
I want to say yes, because the increased hunger I would then potentially satiate some of.
Right.
If I don't, well, I mean, this is probably going to go badly either way. I'm in. Let's do this.
Alright, I'll hit the rouse button for you. Keep it going. And your hunger does, in fact, go up. That is a 5, which is right on the cusp. 6 and you're fine. Oof. And then it will be, brawl, hit the brawl roll, and then add strength to it, and then put, not strength, dex, and then say +2.
Okay, so brawl with dex.
And then 2 in the modifier. That'll get you extra dice.
It's not terrible.
It's not
great,
terrible. It is not awe-inspiringly spectacular. Let's see how this short, stocky man does in a strength brawl check. Wow. He had 7 dice. He succeeded once. You fucking beat him. Okay. That's bizarre. This shouldn't be happening, and in fact, Derek himself is confused as a vampire locks around his ankle and starts nom 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 nom. The interesting thing is you increase his hunger by doing that. I like that. Your hunger goes down by 1. You haven't damaged him immensely, but I mean, you're back where you started from the rouse check, of course. You have not damaged him immensely, but he's like, "Oh, fuck! Are you kidding me?" As he sort of struggles. I believe Flynn is here.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay. So you've taken a bit to shake the glass out of your hair, which is an in-game thing, not an IRL thing. And as you recover... Okay, when you got hit, you quite distinctly remember, because you were standing more to the right, like you were standing further away from the dog guy and closer to the woman, Sapphire. You remember Derek throwing the thing at you. Remember Sapphire sitting at a stool nonchalantly, looking very observant and pensive. As you open your eyes and recover from this, a lot has changed. Derek is now shaking his leg where Joanne is on the ground biting his ankle. Stavros, the dog guy, in the peripheral vision, you see him with Pasha just sort of petting him and paying no attention to the rest of the room. You don't really see what's going on to the sides, but that stool that had a woman in it now has empty space. You see no sign of the blue-haired biker chick at all.
Okay.
You see Derek shaking his leg, that's about it. And
Can I
turn around to see the others, but yeah.
Can I go up to Derek quite swiftly? And I'm going to try to grab the hand that threw the bottle at me and break all of the bones in his hand, like right across, and the thumb. And if that succeeds, I'm going to say something. But if it doesn't, I'm saying nothing.
Okay, that will be strength
And
roll.
can I also do like the rouse check to give me extra thing, like the
Sure.
blood surge?
Rouse away.
How do I do that? The rouse check, great. Gotcha.
Bottom of your sheet. That's technically a 10, so that's the crit symbol, by the way, the zeros.
Gotcha.
Which seems counterintuitive. I wish that they could have put 2 digits there, but they couldn't, so couldn't put 1, or else that's just a 1. Alright, so you can add +2 to your... it's brute strength, because you're grabbing his hand. The problem is, because this is so specific, and as much as he's shaking his leg and distracted, like, he does have the strength of arm to fight against you as you do that. So, you're going to add 1 from your blood surge, because I am going to take 1 from you, so it's a net +1 as you make this roll.
What is the roll?
Strength roll.
Okay.
Roll strength, because you have to do it skill first. Alright, that's a few, but let's see how he does. It's a good idea, but his hand sort of rips away from you and you are staggered back a bit. You're not damaged. He's a bit busy to launch an attack on you, but didn't quite work that time. You do not say anything. Out of curiosity, what were you going to say?
I might say it later, so I'm not going to say it now.
Okay, cool. You play your cards, it's fine. Alright, so that didn't exactly work. You're not fully stunned like you were before. You'll get to move again soon, but... Nulai, would you be staring intently at the 2 dudes? Like, tell me honestly, do you think you would have noticed that there's a woman who's gone missing?
Probably not.
Okay.
I would like Nulai would probably be checking around the rooms to see if anybody else is attacking him, but he's not like, outright intently scouting the location in that heat of the moment. Like he's still like, keeping one eye on the two dudes.
One eye open. Let's give you your passive Sense the Unseen check, though, which I believe is Wits
Alright.
Discipline. I found it. I'll hit the button for you. Okay, that's not bad. You might catch her. It depends on how she does. 4 successes on...
Actually, sense the Unseen is resolved by discipline.
No, that's something I did. Resolve Discipline is when you choose to activate it. Wits Discipline is when it's a passive.
Oh, okay.
Usually, Wits Discipline is a roll that I will do without telling you I'm doing it, because it's picking up something passively, therefore,
wits.
if I tell you something's there, duh. But it's there in case of a situation like this, where it's sort of a metagame thing. We know she's disappeared, we know she's there, but does Nulai see her? The answer is... Let me just roll her stealthing abilities, which... She needs a 4. I think tie goes to the hider if it's a tie. And she does. Alright. You don't twig that there is an invisible woman anywhere near or around you. It might occur to you that she's not there, but your resolve discipline, I'm pretty sure, is worse anyway, so you ain't finding it. As you see these two grappling, you're getting the impression, unfortunately, that the dude that you commanded, his heart's not in it, and he's probably not going to manage this. The other dude has punched him in the face and appears to be in the process of shaking him off and will be getting up soon, but they're still busy for the moment. Otherwise, if you look around, you will see the pool guys occupied with Katia and Derek having a fun time, and Stavros playing with the dog.
So, in that case, once Nulai notices that the guy is getting, he is getting free, he's breaking free.
Yeah.
Nulai will take out his taser.
Just take it out, or are you going to use it?
Depends. We need to define what kind of taser is it, because there are two kinds of tasers. There's the, the short range, zzz, or there's the, the police taser that's more like, shoot the two little prongs.
If you had a choice, what would you have gone for?
Probably the melee one.
Alright, melee.
Okay. I'll just, I'll kneel within a safe distance, and I just,
Get ready, sort of thing?
Yeah, flick it on.
Good shit. Alright.
Flick it on
So
and,
no action just
watch
yet.
him react to it.
You're watching that resolve. As you're doing that, you hear a... do you let it distract you? Do you turn in the direction of the noise?
Get me.
Okay, the door just opened and shut. Out of character. Bye, woman. In character. That was weird.
I do want to check out the door. I think...
You're gonna go that way?
I assume... Yeah, I think I can get a safe, safe distance away from the guy on the ground.
You can turn and begin heading there, but your turn will end considering the time you spent kneeling down and bracing yourself. Katia. 3 dudes. One of them's scared of you, but the other 2 are fine.
Well, alright. Let's start with the one who's scared of me. What I'd like to do is
He's the furthest
grab
away.
Day.
There's
Oh, okay.
a table between you and the guy who's scared of you. The guy that you hit.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's the one that I hit. I would like to grab him and hurl him bodily into the other dude. Because being a motherfucker with another motherfucker is peak melee combat.
Are you throwing? Okay, so there's 3. Are you throwing the guy closest to you at the ball thrower, who is in the middle of the table, so to speak, or Steve trembling at the end of the table?
1 into 2.
Okay, so Steve is as of yet unmolested.
Steve can just watch and make his own decisions.
You're right next to the dude that you're picking up and chucking, so I'm going to call it strength roll. Purely a brute force maneuver here. And because you've got him off guard with a successful hit, I will not change your dice pool at all, though he will get a resistance roll that he might win.
Okay.
Looking at your dice number, I don't think he will. Never mind. Okay, that's not the greatest I've ever seen. Let's see. Yep, okay, so your attempt to pick him up is stopped by the full weight of this guy pushing back at you, and you guys are grappling, jostling. You're sort of, you get the impression that you're hurting him a little, but you're not hurting him enough, and that intention is not going to be followed through right now. Problem with that is Barry Ball Chucker is going to do that again, because he had 2 hands and a ball in each. And you're grappling with someone, which means this is going to be a harder dodge and an easier throw. You can roll your dex and athletics to see if, as much as you're not looking at it, you probably expect it, so you might manage. But I will -1 you on it.
Athletics dex -1?
Yes. Presuming you're not rouse checking or anything. There we go. Success is 3. It's possible. Okay, that's a tie. Goes to the defender because you need to get a margin of success in order to deal damage. It whizzes past the back of your head and you feel it on your hair as it goes by, and you're like, ooh, that would have hurt. But it didn't. Because, damn. I was kind of hoping. Flynn gets hurt a lot. Kadia, he did get you the life choked out of you, actually. Never mind, it's fine. You're not too lucky. You are in this fight. Okay. I think that would lead us back to Joanne, who, you could hang on, but it would be harder at this point, I would say, because now he's starting, the shock is going to wear off, so if you want to keep biting this dude's leg, it is going to be a tougher experience. Or you can, I don't know, lots of stuff you could do, try to pull him down or something. You with me?
Sorry.
Joanne?
Oh, is it me? I'm sorry.
Yes, you are biting. You are biting. Derek.
Stuck on the difference between the taser and the stunning
I
gun.
noticed when I saw an essay in the group chat. That's fine. But it is your turn now, and
I've got a mouthful of ankle.
yes, you've got a
That's
mouthful
where
of
I was.
ankle. You can hang on and keep biting him and keep drinking, but it might be harder to maintain. Or disengage, grapple with him, whatever.
I've just annoyed him at this point. I'd like to keep him busy for a little longer if I can to give the others a better chance. So, I double down. Bite it off.
Okay. Now that you've got a hold, it's less dexy, so you do get better. You get your strength as well as your brawl, which gives you 1 more dice. You can blood surge again, or you can not. It's up to you. Rouse check or no rouse check?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, has it taken down a point of hunger?
You did
It
write
has,
a point
hey?
of hunger down, yes.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll risk that rouse check.
Hit the button on the bottom left again. You are once again at 3 hunger, I'll mark that. And
Cool.
strength, brawl, +2, so you should have 4 dice. Only one of which isn't hunger, so hope that the dice gods like you.
It's a little bit better.
It's pretty good. Outside of crits, the best you can do there is 4 successes. Problem is, it might not be enough. That is just not enough. Alright, so the problem with biting onto someone's ankle is that it is close to someone's foot. And so as the ankle is suddenly freed from your mouth and you're left going, the ankle comes back. Or at least the foot does. And remember how he punched you in the nose before? Yeah. Joanne's nose is having quite possibly the worst day of days. Joanne's nose would very much like to register a complaint with the brain. And does so as chunks of the nose start to knock on the brain's door a little.
Oh dear God.
This was a harder hit.
Okay.
But you are still a vampire.
There's no way that I can even try and dodge this at all,
No, because
right?
you were attacking.
Fuck.
That was the response. I told you this was be a riskier move. I've got to be a bit more punishing here. That will be too superficial, I'll say this time. Not because it was any harder of a hit, but because it's the same place. And I say that you have less. Yeah. Again, I homebrew a little bit with this stuff, but I do what makes sense to me, and I think
That works.
I think you bit him once, you bit him good, you deserved the follow through there. In fact, no, never mind. All right, so yeah, you're still on the ground, still, or however that would sound in your voice. Flynn.
Yes.
Derek has just kicked your friend in the head. Thoughts?
Can I grab his hair and pull his head back and then lean in to whisper something?
You absolutely can if he lets you.
Yeah.
You've got a fairly good chance this time because he was very focused on the kicking in the head. Grappling him, that would be... You're close enough for it to be strength. Yeah, it's strength and brawl, same as normal. You're not running or anything.
Can I use the thing with the...
Blood surge with the
Yeah,
rousing
that's it, the
check?
blood surge, yeah.
Yes. You are calm and in control. What a strange new sensation.
So strength and
Brawl with your +2. Lots of dice. Much chance for success. Why are you like this?
I don't know, alright, I don't know.
If he beats you, that's a bestial failure, which...
Oh my God.
Last time, well, we know how that went.
I mean, you told him I actually ripped his throat out.
So what was it? You were gonna grab him by the back of the head and like lean in?
Yeah,
Sort of just the... What's your other arm doing?
nothing.
Okay.
Just
Oh, okay. Turns out he's not particularly done well, so no bestial failure on account of the success. You get him, grabbed him. It's not an attack. You're just holding him. What's the whisper?
alright. I'm gonna look down at Joanne. I'm gonna say, look, this fight has gone weird. Derek, that was rude. I'm not some soft cami princess. We came here on good faith to sort the situation out. Now, you and I both know that for Anarchs, a bar fight is just about the same as a handshake, so how's about we call it here? You save face, I don't have to go back and tell Miguel that I have killed people again.
He looks like he's about to respond, but let's go to the next person. Who I believe... We still have some things to sort out with Cartier, I'd say. So let's look at you for now. Nula, you're heading towards the door, I believe, which is fine. Cartier, you're grappled with one dude. There's a scared guy and a guy who knows how to handle his balls.
Alright, no more being fancy. The guy that I've got, we're just gonna slam his face into the pool table. And hope
Okay.
that takes him out for a while.
Yakuza heat move time. Alright then. That is a solid strength roll, just like everything else has been. It's the thing about bar fights is the rolls are pretty samey. Can I just say, like, my compliments to you as a player party that none of you brought your knives out. You know when a fight is sort of the unspoken blunt objects only rule, and I approve of that. There are a lot of parties who'll be like, oh, a street gang wants to give us bruises? Let's get the guns out. So anyway, that is 3 successes. Let's see if it's enough. Stunningly, yes, and it is indeed quite stunning as you slam his head into the pool table. Satisfying crunch again. This is the second satisfying crunch you've landed on this guy's face. It's a bad day for faces all around. Between this guy's and Joanne's, I mean, you could start a real-life Picasso convention. No, you'll look fine. Did you? Something on your nose?
Yeah. I added some, role-playing.
Method acting, I like it. That's good. No, I was scared to ask because if that was legitimately real, then I am very rude.
I thought that was real.
Or-
I was a little bit worried.
Or maybe it's a medical problem and I need to point it out before you collapse. Anyway,
I don't get to play with this often, so...
nice. Well, I'm happy to help. Okay, he sort of slumps and you get the feeling that if you let him go, he would not get back up to haunt you. This particular guy seems done. Now, let's take stock. Joanne is reeling. Flynn has got Derek grappled. Snip is heading for the door. It hasn't been very long at all since the door opened and shut. A good 10 seconds-ish. Whatever was being called upon or settled over there happens quite quick. As you begin to approach the door, Nulai. But before you get close enough to be... No, actually, you would get close enough. The door comes... The double door set comes flying towards you, and the right door is on top of you and pushing you over, and there is a great weight behind that door. You are pinned under this door before you can really figure it out. Actually, that's... Yeah, no, you're fairly pinned. It's more stunning than anything else. You take one superficial wound from it, you're not going to be, badly hurt by this. But above you, with this weight, you hear... As everybody in the bar that is conscious and aware stops, head snaps, to the figure of a white lion, who appears to have just bounded in without bothering to open the door. It's just this sort of stunned shock that lasts a few moments. Derek, as he goes to respond to you, that happens, and like, oh shit. The two guys that were grappling on the couch, well, the guy that was finished grappling stops completely, and then his buddy, who is still under Nulai's command, just flips him over and pins him. So that's nice. Now, let's have a think about the player party's reactions to this. A white lion. Obviously, Nulai, you don't know what you're looking at yet because you're under him. But for everybody else, there is a lion in the only way in or out. Do you think that you will need to, perhaps, I don't know, resist a fear frenzy a little bit? Or do you have a good argument as to why your character would be able to remain collected in this moment without having to test it?
I'm trying to think.
Animal Ken?
I would say that Katia is probably the first one that I would accept as, yeah, okay, you'll probably manage to keep it under control without me having to dice roll you. Yes, being a gangrel and being very comfortable around animals, even the biggies.
I think Flynn would still have to make the roll, but she's pretty chill.
It's a fear frenzy, not a fury frenzy, so it's not your Bruja Bane. Where is frenzy test in the book? Here it is. Terror frenzy, that's why I couldn't find it. Where's the... To resist frenzy, the vampire rolls willpower against a difficulty set by me based on the level of provocation. You add dice equal to 1/3 of your humanity, rounded down to your willpower pool. What that means varies from vampire to vampire, but yeah, it's your full undamaged willpower plus 1/3 of your humanity. So let us... Joanne, I assume you don't have an argument for why you won't be resisting this right now?
I mean, I'm kind of just... I mean, I'm pretty out of it at this point.
The lion is also the lion that scared you before, so I'd say you've probably... Doesn't matter how out of it you are. That nightmare is at the door. You're going to have to try and resist it. Alright, so let's start with Flynn. So it's your willpower, which is 4, plus 1/3 of your humanity rounded down, which is 1. So, I believe... there's a frenzy button, actually. I think that's the one to press.
Alright, I don't suppose I can blood surge?
Ain't nothing to save you from this. You roll.
Nope. +1?
If that's for the humanity, then yes.
Yep. Okay, it's not rolling. There we go.
Should come out to 5 dice. It came out to 6, so maybe the +1 didn't need to happen.
Yeah, the frenzy might automatically...
Yeah, it's okay.
I didn't
So
roll it again.
no, you don't. I'm fine with that. It's one die. What does it matter? Good to know. I will take your 3 successes under advisement. Nulai, you hear the roar. You don't see the lion, so I will give you a +1 to this. The roar is terrifying, but you don't know what you're looking at. So there's that sort of childlike impulse of, I am currently under a door, therefore he can't see me, therefore I'm safer. So you get a +1 for that and that alone. This is raw animal instinct we're talking about here. Give it a roll.
Well, what's the difficulty?
Oh, do you have to put that in? It doesn't matter. It's there, but that I'm not telling you.
Yeah, okay.
Also 3, which means you're either both fine or both fucked. And yeah, Joanne, no modifiers for you. Just hit that button. It doesn't matter what you put down for the difficulty. Put 1 or something, because that just
right?
I didn't have a difficulty roll.
maybe that was what you thought the modifier. No, but then it added you a die. I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, the difficulty already had 1 inputted into it.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you cool, calm, and collected with your 9 dice of...
But wait, wasn't I supposed to take a -2?
To a mental roll, willpower is not... Willpower is separate, completely separate from everything.
Okay.
Frenzy checks are different. They're like humanity checks and remorse checks and shit. That's why they're in the bottom of the screen. Okay, so... I was thinking of a 3 difficulty here. So, stunningly enough, you're all competent and calm, which saddens me greatly. But nonetheless, lion roars. Everybody stops. You hear some fuck from Derek. You are able to keep your grip on Derek. That's one of the things that passing that check is good for. And as soon as the pressure hits Dulai, it also lessens. And you don't see this happen because he's under you, but the rest of you watch rather gobsmacked as this majestic white lion, full mane. We don't talk about where Shadeport is, but like statistically speaking, if it's not in any of the places where lions are tended to be found, this is a shock. Beautiful looking creature, if not for the horrible roar. But you watch as the flesh of this lion sort of melts and shimmers and compresses as this figure melts into a human shape. And as it does so, you feel the pressure on that door lift and basically go away as the paw that was on that door is not translated into the positioning of his legs as a man appears. He is an older-looking, shall we say, 60s black guy with long white dreadlocks all around. Looking very... He's got a sort of faint smile on his face as he takes in the scene before him. Busy night, boys? Oh, fuck, Derek says. The man smiles, and he looks down and the smile drops. Oh, So sorry I didn't see you there. I'm not in the habit of stomping on people if I can avoid it. Please, let me help you up. Offers his hand. Do you accept it, Nulai?
He said him.
Sorry, what?
No, go for it.
The man who was a lion a second ago. The door would still be on you. He sort of moves the door off of you and apologizes to you and holds his hand out to help you up. Do you take it?
No. Nulai will just spring himself up.
Okay. He, makes his hand, shrugs. And like, well, so sorry to interrupt your busy evening. Derek! You don't mind if I ask a question of Derek, if you could, with the...
I'll shake his head a little bit and then I'll let go.
Derek, please introduce me to your guests. We've got it under control. They're just lion dipshits who say they're from the Camarilla. Oh, I see. Flynn, Katya. Looking past the nasal damage, I would say Joanne. And that must be Nulai. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Derek, but these lying dipshits are the real deal. No fucking... Shh. Oh yes, Derek. Genuine, 100% authentic Ivory Tower representatives, and here you are, trying to beat the hell out of them in order to look good to your boys. I swear, their story is completely sincere. But all is not lost, Derek. No need to fear, no need to worry. By all accounts, they're a reasonable bunch. And I am in a reasonable mood. So how about I sort your problem out for you? You take a break, just go for a wander with your boys, try to pick up some of your wounded pride. And maybe, just maybe, we won't have to send you to them as a sacrifice in order to make amends. Nobody wants to do that, I'm sure.
We haven't got anywhere to keep them.
Thank our new friends, Derek. Thank you. Right. Now, he steps further in past the sort of doorway bit, and he holds his hand out as Sapphire, the woman, who was with the West Bank boys, walks forward and places a resplendent black cane with a kind of little floral emblem pattern going down into his hand, which he then sort of regally stands with as Derek mopily begins walking towards the door. He looks at Sapphire. Oh, fuck! She just looks at him. You wanted to make a mistake? I wasn't going to stop you. Doesn't mean I'm going to make the mistake. And him and the boys slowly, sheepishly walk out, except for the one that's still listening to Nulai's command and pinning the other one to the ground. To which the other one's like, little help here? Jamal's lost his fucking mind! Help! The dreadlocked fellow, interesting mesmerism work. But please, privacy. Could you undo that? Which one of you was it?
That would be me.
My sincerest compliments. Do you have any intention of getting those two guys up?
I'm not sure if Nula even knows how to stop it.
You can say that.
Like, I don't know if it's reasonable to assume that Nula has learned that power, but
You just mesmerize him again.
I don't want to spend I don't want to get hungry again.
You can decline. That's fine.
I'd rather not.
Well, he thinks for a moment. The two of them do happen to be grappling on a rug. He points to the rug. He looks towards Sapphire, who groans, and then proceeds to bend down and slowly pull them out of the bar by the rug. Until eventually, all of the West Bank boys are gone, and you are alone in the room with the curious lion man, who smiles again. It was remiss of me not to introduce myself. My name is Theodore Church. I am... I suppose you could call me a caretaker, spokesperson, representative for the Western Shadeport Collective, of which Derek and his boys make up one small nail on one rather superfluous finger of one hand of one arm of that collective.
Flynn will hold out a hand and like to shake and introduce herself. So it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I do have you at a disadvantage, knowing far more about you, your employer, your associates, than you would perhaps be comfortable with, but survival and information often go hand in hand.
I don't begrudge you, though.
So, first, let me convey my deepest apologies again to the injuries you suffered and the pure belligerence of what are perhaps the least intelligent of the many, many people under my protection. Derek and I, as all of my associates, we do not have a contract. We do not have anything written. It is feelings and sensibility. But if we did, I guarantee you, there would have been a stupidity clause written into that contract, and what he did to you today would absolutely be avoided.
As I said to Derek, for a lot of anarchs, a bar fight is just like a handshake, so...
Oh, are we anarchs, are we? Well... Not the worst moniker to have thrown at me. I will not take the title of Baron, mind you. Call me that and, well, I'll roar really loudly, but I won't actually hurt you. Not too fond of those who like to solve their problems with their fists. Looks around at the scattered mess. Ugh. So, as I stated, everything I've heard about your Camarilla court, your Prince Juliet, denotes one of calm, measured reason and sense, which is quite at odds with just about every other Camarilla group I've ever encountered, heard about, or smelled blowing in the wind in my not insubstantial years of life and unlife. So while I would like to think that you are every bit as friendly and trustworthy and diplomatic as you purport to be, you still make me and mine a little nervous.
Feeling it's entirely mutual.
Well, I can't tell you all of my secrets, but I can even the playing field a little. And he begins to rattle off neighborhoods, suburbs, different places. Not. You get the impression that he's laying out a border, because they're in a line, and he is, in effect, describing a good third of Shadeport, which is a lot. He states these and he says, the kindred along this line and west of it all know my name. They come to me for advice. And in exchange, we protect each other from threats. Internal, external. I'm not their boss, I'm not their king, I don't tell them what to do, how to live. Not their moralist. But we treat each other with respect. He looks around again at the bar. And we are supposed to treat outsiders with respect first as well, unless they choose to disrespect us. Again, if there was a list of light bulbs representing the collective intelligence of my collective, Derek's would be off. Now, I am hoping that your prince, your sheriff, are kind and considerate enough to hear about this and call it water under the bridge. Now, I said that the stupidity clause would void the obligations of me and mine to protect him and his, but the fact of the matter remains, Derek did think he was doing the right thing. And I do believe that we are all entitled to one good, solid blunder of a mistake. So push comes to shove, I would seek to keep him safe in this. If he fucks up again, he's on his goddamn own, but he's been warned now, so... I trust my information network well enough to say quite flatly, you aren't big enough yet. And that makes me worry. Because maybe the reason why you're so kind and polite is simply because you aren't big enough yet. And once you grow, focusing on the weaker targets, the ones that haven't unionized, so to speak, eventually your prince's gaze will turn westward and think, that's a nice slice of pie. Maybe by that point you will be strong enough to put a dent in us, to destroy us even. So let me make my guarantee. It doesn't matter how big you get. It doesn't matter how stacked the deck is against us. If you try it, it will happen again. And you know what I'm talking about. We won't win. We won't live. We won't get our happy little freedom ever after. But you'll be in the ground right next to us. Consider it a vampire version of MAD. But that's not a threat, you understand. I don't want that. None of us want that. What, are we nuts? No. We're not expansionists. We're not aggressive. We're not ambitious. We just want to live. And this was a lovely place to live, free of any Camarilla oversight. So, I suppose my question to you and yours is, are you willing to settle for an equal relationship? Or is the Conqueror's path your only recourse?
Flynn would say, I don't feel confident speaking for the prince. However, Joanne might have more insight.
Indeed. How well does Juliet Hammersley's child know their sire? You note very specifically that this church fellow who you knew nothing about up until this point just gendered you correctly.
Yeah, this is interesting. He knows a lot more than he should casually know. So that means really good observation, which means why is he asking the question? Because I feel like he probably knows. Yeah. Oh.
You're legitimately not sure. You know that Juliet wants to unite the city under the Camarilla banner. However, you know that she's... Like, you want to hope that she's not, you know, a warmongering tyrant who is going to grind him to heel. It's a tough one.
Actions or, like, intentions or purposes thus far have been aggressive. In fact, she's been very calm and measured in, like, any countering steps that she's taken, well thought through.
I agree.
Like, so I would go on a limb and say, I cannot speak for my prince, but I can speak to my prince. And she is, while she's not one to be trifled with, she is not one to what is wording I would use here? To trade uncautiously or aggressively. It's not in her nature.
I again refer to the concept of a stupidity clause. Any other city, Camarilla would be quite able to stomp on top of us and smash away whatever hopes and dreams we may have, but here, where the stench of the past forever looms, and there'll always just be a few extra eyes.
Here
The question is not whether your prince is kind enough. It's whether she's smart enough. And maybe she is. But you're right! Can't speak for her. You can offer and promise with truth in your hearts to speak in favor of a friendly, equal standing, perhaps not so far as alliance, but arrangement of non-interference and respect between us, and that would earn you some points.
I don't believe in making promises that I cannot be guaranteed to keep.
The promise
Can't
is,
say from my
the
heart
promise isn't
I
that
have
your attempts succeed, merely that you make them.
We are but ambassadors. We can convey your intentions.
Do you, the four of you, right here now, believe that the best solution here is for us to all get along like a house very much not on fire, but the metaphor gets away?
Lynn's sort of standing there very relaxed, like she's quite fine with this idea. And she just says that, people are people, regardless of which side of this border they fall on. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the very definition of stupidity, so we wouldn't want a repeat of what had already happened.
Perhaps I'll hire you to write my contracts. No. I believe in non-verbal agreements. They're much more respectable. Weak men use their fists to solve their problems. Weak men use words of law to solve their problems. None of us. This hasn't been an unproductive meeting. But I agree, none of you are your prince. If we really want to get something sorted, I'll need to look her in the eye and we will need to speak. But that's dangerous. I guarantee you she does not even know my name.
Perhaps I could convey as much to her.
My condition is this. I will meet with your Prince Hammersley. It will not be an alone meeting. She may bring her people, I will bring my people, but the location must be nothing less than a codified, sanctified, genuine, bona fide, whatever the hell you need to do to convince me, Camarilla Elysium. Now you, Flynn and Cardia, know exactly what he's talking about, but to remind the class and the group and everybody, an Elysium is a specially designated place within Camarilla society in which certain rules are followed. It's meant to be a neutral, safe haven meeting grounds for socialization where, on the grounds of Elysium, it is punishable by the blood hunt, as in everyone in the Camarilla hunts you down and kills you, to aggress any sort of physical violence, or to use your vampiric disciplines on each other and get caught. It is like it is sacred place. However, it is a distinctly Camarilla thing, and in some cases, the Camarilla maintain that you're only subject to those protections if you're in the Camarilla, and other places take it more seriously. Like, if you're invited in as a guest to Elysium protections are afforded to you. So, what Church is basically saying is, I will meet under your terms, however, you obviously damn well better include me and mine under them, and I better believe you when you tell me. What you do know, however, is that there are no current Elysia in Shadeport. It takes a bit of work to get an Elysia going. You don't have that right now. Joanne, you know that. Cartier and Flynn probably are less aware of that. Nulai, you don't know what an Elysium is. But Joanne, you would be able to let him know that, or keep it to yourself.
I would then, I would keep it to myself, and I would say that these seem not only fair, but very reasonable requirements, and I do not see why such could not be arranged.
Words I like to hear. Very well. Oh. He thinks. Gesture of kindness, well, a gesture of good faith. And he tells you something that, Joanne, you can probably put together. He doesn't live within my borders, but I am well acquainted with your man Flanagan. A lot of what I know of you comes from him, though not all. He is under my protection as much as any of my others. Now, if you don't want someone whose ear I have in your neighborhood, by all means, I can move him, relocate his premises. He won't make a fuss, I won't make a fuss, fine. But I invite you to consider otherwise. I think having a line to me, not too far from where you live, might be quite helpful in our bright, wonderful, and friendly future together. Again, a gesture of good faith, I tell you no lies.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I was about to ask, should I like to reach you to share information regarding this conversation that we're planning? But you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Flanagan will always know how to find me. But, yes, in terms of phone number, place of residence. I believe we can be friends, but it's going to take a bit more than that. Flanagan is your lead for now. Any other comments? Questions? Can I help you? Can you help me?
Nulai would make a quick nod to them and ask roughly in the terms of, so, how exactly do you know me?
The West Bank is in my territory. The West Bank is where you arrived. Who do you think Jack asked?
I would like to make an insight check on, or is it an insight check to make sure whether he's truthful or not?
Yep. Insight, intelligence, we'll say. As to whether his name drop there implies that he knows the dude, or is just aware of the name from some other. Whether you think, whether you trust the backing behind what he's saying. Yeah, insight and intelligence.
No modifiers.
No. Seems legit, but you don't know if that's because you rolled a success or because either he's telling the truth and it didn't matter, or he's lying and you failed.
Let's see.
Nothing else?
Nothing from me.
Nathaniel, have you had these posters around your patch?
Oh, the cultists, of course. They tried. Didn't go well. No. You will find most of them towards the east. The areas that are not under your control nor under mine. Lot of city to cover without, shall we say, proper oversight. I have about as much on my plate as I'm willing to take, you see. But if you're looking to find out about them, I mean, I didn't personally deal with any of these, but, you know, the many branches of my tree, there's information out there. Perhaps if we establish a nice, healthy working relationship, then the information can flow.
Then I look forward to this.
Unless you want information on Nathaniel himself.
Have you any?
I wasn't there when the city fell. I'm not that much of a badass. But I was in the area. When I saw the way the wind was blowing, I stopped being a man, disappeared in amongst the trees. But I know that I know it was real. I know there was a man. No great boogeyman, no great lie. Nathaniel was a Camarilla primogen, and he betrayed them. Won't find many in the city who know that for a fact. As to whether it's him behind this cult, got me there. My guess is a solid maybe.
As good a guess as anyone can make at this point.
I didn't know the man. Couldn't say what he looked like. But he was a fixture of the city before. I was no one back then. So, I certainly wasn't anywhere near the upper echelons of the Camarilla.
Did you know what clan he was primogen of?
Now that's a curious question. I can tell you what it wasn't. Wasn't any of the traditional 5. And he probably wasn't a gangrel or a brujar as well. We're looking at a less common breed. Perhaps Ministry. Perhaps Banu Hakim. Perhaps a La Sombra. Those were the 3 unusual clans that had Primogen in Shadeport. Logic dictates one of those.
Thank you.
Joanne and Nulai, I'd say those words don't mean a lot to you. The lesser clans Juliet would not have really bothered to educate you on. But it's interesting news for Katia and Flynn. The Banu Hakim are a clan of justice and a clan of... They're sort of connected to the assassins, like the Middle Eastern assassins from 1,000 years ago that Ubisoft made a game series about. They practice blood sorcery similar to the Tremere, but where the Tremere sort of identify themselves as warlocks, the Banu Hakim identify themselves more as warriors, and the sorcery sort of just aids them in that. But yeah, to this part of the world, would be surprising for there to be an enclave of them. You certainly haven't heard of any of these 3 clans here now. The Ministry used to be called the Followers of Set, and they are basically seen as corrupt tempters. They tend to involve themselves in religion, which is funny because they like making people transgress and sin and basically be sort of not satanic, though, you know, if that imagery suits them, sure. They call themselves the Ministry now and have moved away from their traditional following of the Egyptian god Set and now consider themselves sort of multi-denominational. It's more the vibe of the thing, as a lawyer might say. That's a joke for exactly one person in this group. Anyway, so that's them. They are also rarer, but strictly speaking, they could be around. The La Sombra are an interesting case because right now they're in the Camarilla officially. 5 years ago, though, they were in the Sabbat, who are basically the vampire sect that are crazy evil bastards. Who just are like, hey, we're vampires, we should be on top of the world. We should be... The human populace should be our slaves, and we should be in charge of everything, and we don't need no masquerade. Kill, rip, tear, rah. They're not doing too well in the age of government technology. And so the La Sombra have recently cut ties with them and become Camarilla, which Flynn and Katia, you've heard about that and be shocked by it. So La Sombra specifically, church saying that there was a La Sombra Primogen in Shadeport 5 years ago before the city fell is really weird. Could be any of those 3, he says, but that's a lot more info than you used to have.
I'm just sort of mentally making notes of everything.
Yes. Church is happy to entertain any other lines of conversation, but otherwise he's happy to bid you a good night and wait to hear via Flanagan.
So at this point, I don't believe I've had any interactions with him, but at this point I would step forward and offer my hand to shake it.
You talk to him as the prince's child. He asked you some questions about that.
But I mean, like, I think he extended a hand to Nulai and, like, stuff like that, so okay. I would make the official, like...
Yep. He'd happily shake your hand. And, say, well, I'm hesitantly hopeful, my friends.
I think it's fair to say that we are feeling the same.
He tips his head. He doesn't have a hat. Sort of, he does the sort of saunter with a cane walk out of the bar.
Yes.
Yeah. Where Sapphire, who came back in after dragging the rug out with her blue hair, is waiting at the door and walks off with him. You can sort of... you can piece together the way the command system works as far as Derek is concerned, and the boys, and then her, and then him. So that's... You're basically left alone in the half-wrecked bar, but Derek and his boys do reappear at this point. They sheepishly walk back in. and they do that sort of like misbehaving 12-year-olds. Like, sorry. Derek, he stops, he shakes his head, and he turns to Flynn though, and he says, "That guard though, leaving aside everything else."
No, what I said was genuine.
Lapalia. That's the family. You should be able to find him. However much
Thank
you
you.
think is enough. I'll leave it to you.
Can I be super petty and just kind of kick Derek's ankles as we walk out? Just like,
Oh god, I was about to shake his hand.
I mean, you shake it, you
I was
shake...
about to flag him down.
Jesus Christ. Flynn shakes his hand. Nulai, if you're going to flag him down as Joanne is moving in for a kick, does Joanne stop when Nulai starts talking?
fuck yes.
Okay, go on.
You may have saved my ass, Mulai.
I'm pretty good at that. So yeah, I mean, Nula is essentially doing the same routine to with Derek, where he's specifically asking, like, you know, well, how did you know about us, sort of thing.
He points to Sapphire and says, "You weren't exactly subtle. I was there, I saw it. I saw you walk in, I saw you walk out. As for how we got your
this
names,
point-
well... As for how you got your names, well... We asked around. Got our answers.
Who exactly did you get the answer from?
Well, Derek says, I got them from her. And I believe our friend Church already told you.
Okay, I want to make another insight check on him. I need to see whether he's lying or whether he's just daft.
Leave it to like.
Well, all Derek said was, he just nodded to Sapphire and said, she was the one who was in charge of the info, and then
okay,
Sapphire said,
sure.
Church already told you. But you get the impression she's talking just about Flanagan. As to how they...
Right.
Flanagan knew all of your names.
We weren't exactly
Yeah, but, like-
quiet. We went
Yeah,
high.
but he did mispronounce my name.
Derek
I
did, yeah.
I have a reason to be suspicious of how exactly, like, but I guess I guess information chain.
Derek's an
Broken
idiot,
telephone.
no lie.
Yeah, like that's why I wanted to do the insight check.
I mean, like, all you would have gotten is that, like, yeah, Derek's an idiot and mishandled the situation. You're wondering because, like, Sapphire would have known maybe if Sapphire was. You're not sure how it all peters out that Derek was allowed to believe or jump to his conclusions that you guys were bullshitting. He evidently knows less than Church does, so if they're both getting the pipeline from Flanagan, then Sapphire must be not telling as much to Derek as she does to Church. Or maybe it goes from Flanagan to Church to Sapphire to Derek. You're not sure, but you're not getting the sense that you're being bullshat by anybody here.
Well, I guess I won't prod too much about it. Then.
Yeah. You leave Derek alone. Does Joanne then try to kick him? God. The voice of the
Guys,
beast in your head. God.
I'm pretty hungry right now, so I don't know. Would Nulai's interruption be enough to stop me? Because I'm a little annoyed. I'm gonna have to go and heal now, and probably eat a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as Nulai leaves him, you could just do the petty little...
Yeah, and I mean, Church has already left. He's out the door, right?
You know, it'd be Dex roll, which is not great for you because you're just trying to quickly just sort of get him when he doesn't suspect as you walk past him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not that, like, he can suspect it or not, I don't really care at this point. I just feel like he deserves a little something.
You got one dice. If you succeed, you will kick him. If you fail, you will miss.
Fuck my life. Okay. It would be...
Brawl Dex.
Brawl with Dex.
Or Athletics Dex, but it's the same score for you, so I don't care.
Womp womp.
Thunk. How? Fuck! Really?
I just smile at him and walk out.
These are the fucking people you didn't want to beat up? They're the Camarilla, damn. You leave them to their sorrow drowning. Katia does not.
Well, on my way out, Pasha will get a good boy pat on the head, and if Stavros has rejoined the group, I'll, in passing on the way out, heard a little about you at the vet. If you ever want any help, you know how to reach us.
He's like, look, Derek's insecure about his intelligence. I'm quite happy to let you know I'm dumb as a box of rocks. Is that genuine, or is that one of those, like, sneaky, subtle threat things?
I don't play with words.
Okay. You like dogs? We could be friends.
I'll give Pasha a demonstrative pat on the head.
He's a good boy.
Should be clear I like dogs.
He's a good boy. Okay. He seems like a very, very, very mild member of the West Bank Boys. Yep, he's happy with that, and you can keep the vet in your contacts, and Stavros won't jack up about that or have an issue with it. He might have if you'd beaten the shit out of him, but you didn't. So good choices. And yeah, you've got the vet Rajesh's contact details, and can potentially get yourself involved in that as a over time eventual humanity booster. Alright, considering the time, I will not have us fully roleplay out an epilogue where you return to Juliet slash Mikhail and report on everything. We may do that at the end of, or at the start of next session, when you open up on whatever the next great task is, which may or may not have anything to do with looking into securing an Elysium space. Very blurry and low quality there, Snip. Have you contracted Pixelson's disease?
So are you, Gav.
Oh. Well, am I? I'm not on my own screen.
Yeah, that's you. That's just you.
Well,
you look fine on stream. It's only on Discord that you pixelate.
It's weird because the only one that's affected for me is Snip. You two look fine.
I'm also...
Which you can see on stream, because you can see all that I can see on stream. Anyway, so yeah, we'll wrap it up there and address future things in the future. But while all this is going on, we return to Juliet in her sketching room. She's sketching something different now, but you can see that the sketch she was doing the previous night. Well, you can't see. We're being cinematic. The sketch she was doing the previous night, which we can now recognize was a picture of Theodore Church, has been added to the wall. Of him with his cane. Not in the middle of any action, just, standing there like a badass. Which could be sketching anything right now. There's a knock on her door. The Seneschal wishes to speak with her. She heads out into her meeting room. Sees Jacob with someone else. Ah, my prince. It is my pleasure to introduce a newcomer to the city. Good friend of mine. This is Mr. Walter Crimson. Charmed! We'll fade to black on that.
Oh no.
With the cliffhanger! Oh my god!
Yes, you just gotta come out on the next episode to find out.
Exactly! Well, we didn't have anything on Crimson this week, so I had to, remind you all that he exists. Alright, so that is our Anarch side of things, and we now have a better picture of some of the power players in this city, and I guess just understated confidence is perhaps the way to describe the fellow you met. Technically speaking, you have no way of knowing that, beyond the seeming sincerity of what he said, that he can back up his claims, but if he can, he's definitely been here longer and has a bigger base than the Camarilla, which is a little embarrassing for the Camarilla. But he seems friendly, so that's good. Any lingering thoughts, questions, or can we state that everybody well, we'll probably not. Nah, it's probably early enough that you guys turn in and would do a debrief with Juliet or Mikhail the next night, so we can end the night.
Okay, cool. I have a lot of hunger to sort out. Do we negotiate or navigate that in the next session?
Yeah, the housekeeping stuff we can deal with later rather than right in the middle of everything.
Cool.
While we're all tired, especially since we're a little bit over time. So, unless there's anything burning, shall we wrap it up?
Sounds good. That's fun.
I'm going to go to the session now.
Excellent. Y'all got into a good old-fashioned bar fight. It was nice to have a non-lethal battle. I thought it would be a good change from blah 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 murder. So you're welcome. What can I say except I'll catch you guys on stream next Wednesday for more Final Fantasy XIV. We will try to reconvene 2 Sundays from now, but as per our track record, we seem to be good at taking 3 Sundays instead. But we're in no rush. I'd rather have everybody here.
Fingers crossed, though. I cannot wait 3 weeks for this.
Yeah. Oh, Juliet will be fine. He's only much, much older than her. Fairly well, everybody!